Good morning, everybody. This is Cheryl. Judy will be joining us in just a couple of seconds.
What a beautiful morning. How we doing, Eric? We're not quite there on time. We're almost there, though.
Mr. Chairman, all 5 members are here, and the hour of 9 o'clock is about 20 seconds away.
20 seconds. Oh, my gosh. Let it be noted how precise we are here on time for this particular day. All right.
I don't know who that Steve Peru guy who's picture
I know.
on here. Who is that guy?
It's a screensaver here.
It's kind of like a bobblehead, huh? All right.
Hey, Steve, great to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's 9 o'clock, so I'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. Right now we have a special session because board meetings are usually posted for 10 o'clock on our long-term calendar, but we always adapt depending upon topics, etc. And first item of business is to call the meeting to order. And then first I need to check in and have the supervisors introduce themselves. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, hi, Supervisor Horseman here, present this morning, District 1. Greetings all.
All right, and then Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo. You're on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, Steve, and I'm excited to be here today.
All right, and then District 3 is me as chairman, and then District 4, Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Begay appears to have logged off. We'll work on getting her back on.
Okay, she was just there. All right, good deal. And then, save the best for last. Vice Chair and District 5 Supervisor, Lena Fowler.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Supervisor Lena Fowler. Good to see everyone.
Good to see everybody. And
Hi,
then
Steve. Welcome to the club.
there's a new person.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Steve Peru, County Manager. Honored to be here. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome, Steve. For the sake of the audience, Steve Peru started with us yesterday as our new county manager as Jimmy retired. And Jimmy is he's a senior advisor helping Steve as they go through transition. But Steve is now acting manager and he's returning to home. So welcome home, Steve.
Good. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, next item of business to start us out would be the Pledge of Allegiance. So could everybody please rise? And if you don't have a flag, face to the east and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And it looks like we have a little bit of a weathered flag out there for our photo. I was just noticing on our piece. I wonder if it's ours outside. We need to recycle, or actually to burn the flag in a certain way. There's all kinds of protocol we can take care of. So next item of business would be call to the public. This is an opportunity for a courtesy that the board offers for the public to bring an item to our attention that may not be listed on our agenda. Is there any item that anybody would like to bring up? And I'll turn to Eric Peterson to explain how we would do call to public, and you would do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Members of the public, call to the public is an opportunity for you to address the board on items not on the agenda for the day for the board. If you wish to do so, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen, or you can type in the Q&A that you wish to speak, and we will then bring you, give you a microphone essentially to be able to make your comment to the board.
All right, and then we just give it a second or two just to see if anybody pops up out there. Oopsie daisy. And are you seeing anything on your end, Eric?
Mr. Chairman, there are no hands raised at this time. And
Yeah, I don't see any either. And Lindsay, probably nothing out there, just in case. You're muted, Lindsay.
All right. We don't have any emails in our board comments at this time.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, next item of business would be our first item. And just to let people know, we're going to do this item. We're posted, or we have this special session to present our regular update and discussion associated with the county's response to COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine, and partnership opportunities. Before we step into it, just for the awareness of the board and for the audience as well. We have a couple, at 10 o'clock, we have a couple proclamations that people might want to be present. And we're going to try and manage our way around when people need to be present. We'll check in on the liquor license, which will follow the consent agenda. Depending if the applicant's present early or not, we might have to be time certain. And then the amphitheater will have people associated with it. So we're trying to hit certain clock pieces. If we take care of business, we may readjust the agenda a little bit, but we might have to take a break between, depending upon how long the health presentation goes. So the first piece would be associated with COVID-19. I'll turn to County Manager to kick this off. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before I introduce our HHS Director, Kim Musselman, I want to just provide a few comments regarding the commitment and the work that the county has done with all of our partners here in Coconino County and beyond. Of course, COVID has made a huge impact in everyone's lives, professionally, personally, and we're still dealing with the impacts of COVID. The county team, from day one, we have been all hands on deck from the first day of testing to today. But a lot of that, of course, has involved the work of our team and the members of Health and Human Services, the entire county team, facilities, you name it. We've all been involved in the response to the impact of COVID. And with that, I just want to say that from my perspective, of course, joining the organization on day 2, I certainly know all that's going into it, and also know that the commitment of our county team has been there from day 1. And so from me to each of you and to our partners here in Coconino County throughout, I just want to say I appreciate and I thank you very much. I'm in deep gratitude and awe of the work that you've all done and will continue to do so in the future. And so again, those are my introductory comments. And at this time, I will turn the floor over to our HHS Director, Kim Musselman. Kim?
Thank you, Steve. Welcome. Excited to have you back at the county, and thank you for those comments. Chair Ryan, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update, a COVID update. I know you've been hearing from me for the last many, many weeks. And today I have a few different areas that I want to make sure both that all of you as well as our community and public are aware of as we continue to respond to the pandemic. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started, kind of traditionally where we start each week update with our numbers, because of course that is what is ultimately driving our response. And want to just make a note here. Again, this is our information from our weekly update. And as of week ending March 27, we had 97 positive cases, a rate per 100,000 of 67.6, and a 4.5% positivity yield. We remain in the moderate level of community transmission, specifically because of that number of cases per 100,000 still being above 10. And in fact, as you will see on that chart, going above what it had been the previous week, as well as the previous week percent positivity. Next slide, please. This slide is what is also, as you all know, on our weekly update and actually on our daily dashboard. And you can see that even as of last night's numbers for our week ending April 3rd, which just ended on Saturday, we already have 107 positive cases, which again is even higher than last week. And as I had indicated before, we anticipated a slight rise in positive cases with the return from spring break and also all of the return to in-person school. We are hoping that this doesn't continue to spike even more, especially coming off of an Easter weekend. And we'll continue to watch this and be vigilant in terms of our community transmission. Again, just continue to stress the importance of those mitigation measures, wearing masks in public, and in medium to large size groups, and that you are protecting yourselves and our community from the spread of COVID, as it is still very much, in fact, alive and well, unfortunately. And so we're going to continue to monitor that and continue to stress caution and good mitigation measures. Next screen, please. So I wanted to provide you all with a little bit of information on testing updates. I know this has come up a few times in the last couple of weeks in particular, and just wanting to make sure that the board is aware, as well as our community, about the ongoing continued testing that is and does continue in our community, which is imperative in terms of us continuing to monitor the community, the rate of community transmission, excuse me. So you'll see on this chart, again, this is a chart that is in our weekly report available on the county website. I just wanted to point out, as you can see, while there has been, a slight, decrease of testing from February going down into March, there's still a significant amount of testing going on. NAU continues to do their mitigation testing of students, faculty, and staff, and maintaining that high rate of mitigation testing, which is that randomly asking people to come in and be tested. Also, we continue to have the public testing at the CCC ASU testing site. And also there is a school pilot that is a testing site at Sanawa in Flagstaff Public Schools, where there is now mitigation testing that has just started with Flagstaff Unified School District, where they have a goal of testing 20% per week, which is about 100 folks per week in terms of just random type of testing. And of course, that's also open to families and students as well for any exposure related concerns, or certainly any symptomatic concerns as well. So wanted to just make the board aware of the continued testing that's going on. Also, the Bionex Now testing in schools. Those are rapid testing kits that the county received through ADHS a few months ago now. And there's a process for the schools to become have a CLIA waiver, which is a type of laboratory waiver that we have assisted the schools, Flagstaff Unified School District, and then now most recently Page Unified School District, in getting that waiver so that they have access. We actually provide them with those testing kits. We have a large supply of them, and that they are utilizing them for students, faculty, and staff that may be symptomatic, and they are able to test them quickly, and then also refer them for additional PCR testing if there is a concern and one of those tests comes out positive. So this is good news. I just share this with you so that you're aware that that continues, and that certainly that is going to be a component of how we continue to manage this pandemic and see our way out of it, and know what we are seeing in our community transmission. Next slide, please. So the team has been working on some vaccination visualization, and I know this is a bunch of columns with numbers. The actual data visualization is still under development. We're trying to get at some really concise, accurate data, but I wanted to share this page, and we're going to have this information will be in our weekly report, along with some other visual representation of this information in our Friday report that'll be released this coming Friday. But I wanted to share this chart with you so that you can just see this is actually our epidemiology team is breaking this out by zip code, which we have been doing with testing information early on in the pandemic, and really one of the only counties that is doing it down to this level. And so we wanted to do this with vaccinations as well, and partly because as we're now in a really unique phase, very early on, it was all about, we couldn't even get our hands on enough vaccination for everybody who wanted to be vaccinated. We have worked through that, been able to get a lot of folks vaccinated. We know there's still a lot of people left to be vaccinated, but we're also at a point in time when we have thousands of appointments still sitting available with available vaccines. So now the transition is really, how do we find out where the folks who haven't been vaccinated are, and how do we get to them with respect to eliminating any barriers, helping explain any concerns, and really encouraging absolutely everyone who is eligible by age and also medically to be vaccinated. So if you look at this, I just want to point out a couple of things on here. This is based off of our total population, and I just want to point this out because obviously not everyone, in fact, only 16 and older are able to get vaccinated with an approved vaccination, and that is only 16 and 17-year-olds. The only vaccine that's authorized at this time for that age group is Pfizer, and we don't currently have it up here, although I have a meeting later this afternoon with ADHS and DEMA about the state regional pod, which I'll talk more about in a minute. We will have Pfizer, and so we will be opening it to the 16 and older. Right now it's 18 and older for our Moderna and our Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So we are using, in this chart, it's our entire population. So understanding that this is really about showing vaccine that with respect to those within our entire population. And then as we are working on this other data visualization, that's what our team is working on, to try to be able to pull out those age groups that are not eligible yet and represent that as well. Just wanted to point out a couple of things on this. If you look at so the lowest percentage of people vaccinated in Flagstaff right now are residents in the zip code 86011, where it says 6% fully vaccinated. Most of you are aware that is the NAU campus zip code. I'd point out a couple of things about that. One being that we are doing, and NAU has been fantastic about helping push out this information with respect to all of the available appointments, and also walk-in availability that the Elks Lodge is conducting today and tomorrow at their location with Johnson & Johnson vaccine. We have hundreds of appointments available at our Fort Tuthill site for Moderna vaccine as well. But I just wanted to point out that percentage, that one, it may not be completely reflective because many people who use a campus address may not have used their 86011 when they were getting their vaccine appointment. So that that number could in fact be higher. If you look at that 86005 with the double little asterisk next to it, you will see that the population is only listed as 3,357 for 86005, but you'll see that there is 175% of the population that's had at least one dose. And at that 5,900, what that reflects, at least that we understand, so we use census data for the number of folks that should be living in these zip codes. 86005 is a zip code that has a lot of our second home population within it. And so it is very likely that there were many folks who used their 86005 zip code as their second home to be vaccinated. So in fact, as the census data works, those second homeowner population, if they are not there at least 6 months or more out of the year, they do not count in that population. So I just wanted to point out those couple of things. So go ahead, Chair Brian.
Yeah, I actually, as I look at a population of 3,300, that's Kachina Mountain Air, Ponderosa Trails. There's a larger population here. I think the number, you might want to go back and look at the census number associated with that. But either that or we like our vaccine out in this area here. We like it so much, we want more. All right.
So thank you. Just a couple other things I wanted to point out here is that you also see that the lowest percent of people vaccinated in other areas are residents of Williams right now. That says 19.1% fully vaccinated. And so we're going to continue to look at this. We're going to continue to put out this information. Just wanted to share this initial component regarding the visualization. So now I would like to talk a few minutes about the COVID-19 variants. I know we've been getting a lot of questions about this. What variants are in our community? What does this mean for us? And so I want to spend a little bit of time talking with all of you about this so that you have a sense of where we are right now with respect to variants and what that means with respect to our vaccinations as well. So as you can see on the screen here, the predominant variants that are in Coconino County are the B1.427 and B1.429, which are both California variants. And I point this out so that to show you, as you look at that chart on your right, this was as of March 30th, information received from the Arizona Department of Health Services. And they are only collecting data on CDC variants of concern. The California variants were only recently identified as variants of concern. So when variants occur, initially, they're called a variant of interest until they reach where there's enough confirmation that that variant is showing in sequenced cases of COVID-19, and that is when it then becomes a variant of concern. So I just point that out as you're going to start to see some different information about the variants. How this information is being discovered is because there's positive cases of COVID that are being sequenced. So our TGen laboratories, for example, as well as ASU Biodesign Institute and also ADHS are taking different COVID positive samples and they are sequencing them to see and come up with all of those numbers that you're seeing on the screen that identify which type of COVID variant a particular sample may have. And those are limited at this time with respect to what's going through the ASU testing sites, which, as you all know, are pretty much our primary testing locations in partnership with the Biodesign Institute that are being, that those positive cases are being sequenced. And so there is a limited random sample of positives that are going to the state. And we are working with, and in fact, I'm going to have a conversation with ADHS to get ASU Biodesign Institute to be a little more willing to share those positives with TGen for sequencing. We're very fortunate up here in Coconino County to have TGen laboratories working so closely with us. And so we're going to be requesting that we try to get more of those cases samples to be sent up to TGen or to TGen. They have a location in Phoenix as well for sequencing so we can gather more information. TGen just started sending us information from their sequence testing, and that doesn't have any dates or case information. And so their report to us, and I just share this with you all, you can see on here the total. Their report says that there's been 109 samples of the B1427 or the B1429 California variant. And that's why we're saying that that has now become the predominant variant in Coconino County. So as that information catches up with the Arizona Department of Health Services information they're reporting, that will get more closely. But the numbers on your screen there are just coming directly from ADHS. Just wanted to share that. The other piece I'd like to share that I think is really important, and you'll see on your screen, there's a link to the CDC variant surveillance site where the most current information is regarding variants. But one of the things that is important to understand about variants is that currently the vaccines that are being administered are effective against each of these variants that you're seeing on the screen. And this is, there is evidence definitely of a moderate increase, or excuse me, a moderate decrease in vaccine effectiveness with the circulating variants, but more research is still being conducted to determine their effectiveness for each of the different variants of concern. If we were to have a significant decrease in vaccine effectiveness, then that would classify a strain, one of those numbers, as a variant of high consequence. So as I pointed out before, right now, these are all variants of concern. Currently, there are no SARS-CoV-2 variants that rise to the level of high consequence. Just want to stress that because I know people are very concerned about variants. We should be very concerned about variants. That is why we have to continue to pursue getting as many people as possible vaccinated as quickly as possible before there is an opportunity for variants to then get stronger and be able to render the vaccines less effective and making a variant rise to that level of high consequence. So I just wanted to share that. I know that's some new information coming to all of you. And so with that, Chair Ryan, I'll pause if there's any questions before moving on to a couple of different topics.
All right, turn it to the board. Any questions? And I'm not seeing anybody bubble up. Go ahead, Kim.
All right, thank you. And I already touched on some of this, just wanted to kind of highlight that currently, again.
Kim,
yes.
Can I pause you just for a second? I just
Please.
wanted to double check. I think I saw that Supervisor Begay got back on during the pledge, but I just want to check in for the sake of Lindsay keeping track of board members and who's present while the meeting occurs. Are you out there, Supervisor Begay? Not hearing that. So,
Yes, I am.
oh, you are. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, it's just important for the sake of Lindsay as she's keeping track of the meeting as clerk that she knows who's present. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, I apologize, hadn't switched to this slide yet, but certainly, as I stated before, the current vaccines are effective against the variants. And those variants have a potential for a moderate decrease in efficacy with respect to vaccines, but additional research is being conducted. And as we gain additional information, we will be sharing that. Also, at HHS, we are prioritizing our capacity to gather as much information as possible regarding the variants and their impact so that we can keep our county and our community well informed as necessary. And that also, again, that sequencing through our partnerships with those laboratories remain crucial in understanding of the extent of these variants among our populations, and then, of course, the severity of risk that they present to our communities. Next slide, please. So wanted to give just some update regarding vaccine outreach and distribution. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, and you have all been hearing about the NAU pod regional site discussions that we have been having with Arizona Department of Health Services and the Department of Emergency Management, along with, as of last week, when we met, clinical partners that were at the table was Premier Medical Group. They are actually a group that has been working in Pima County pretty much primarily over the last few months, and they come with a lot of additional staffing capacity, clinical oversight that they are bringing to the table in conjunction with Flagstaff Medical Center, Northern Arizona Healthcare. Will be partnering as well to oversee the clinical components of the vaccination site. This, as I had mentioned before, with a tentative launch date of April 19th, which should be a Monday, if I have the right date in that slide, and that Pfizer vaccine is the intended vaccine to be available, which will then open up vaccines to 16 and older. Did just want to make a comment that Pfizer is currently being reviewed and submitting for actually being eligible to vaccinate 12 and older. An emergency use authorization is being pursued. And so as we get that updated information, that will ultimately open up even more age range of folks eligible to be vaccinated. So more to come on that when that actually happens. The pod site discussion, again, have another meeting today at 4 o'clock with the state. We'll bring additional information if anything changes significantly. But as from the county's commitment to the pod site, again, this will not be a county operation, but certainly have committed us to being on the forefront of it, helping message and get the information out to our community about the availability and when dates, times, and eligibility, including at such time when it even goes to a lower age group. We will be a key contributor to helping kind of coordinate that messaging, as the county has been the source of information since the beginning of the COVID outbreak. A couple of other things, we completed an Encompass Healthcare event. They, in partnership with us, had agreed to go to Fredonia to vaccinate those community members up there. So that took place on March 29. That was a return from a first event and for second doses, as well as they also administered more first dose appointments, or first dose Moderna vaccine. There was also an event with North Country Healthcare at the Williams Senior Center on April 1st, and they will then also be returning for second dose. And then an upcoming event sometime in April. We're still waiting on finalization of date and time to be determined, but it will be an event with Johnson & Johnson vaccine going to, assuming we get enough of it allocated to us when they're ready for that event, back to Williams as well. And then also have coming up in partnership with Northern Arizona Interfaith Council and the San Francisco Diocese Church, a community event that will take place on April 17 from 10 to 2, and then a return to that location on May 14 for the second dose Moderna vaccination. And then I'm excited to announce we've already got folks working on this as really organizing some additional pop-up vaccination planning that we have ongoing, and really jumping into as we look at what we need to transition now of not seeing the turnout for appointments and out at the Tuthill site, really looking to pivot and come up with opportunities that also include non-appointment needed events, and popping them up in different locations for a few hours on any given day to try to make it even more convenient for folks to get their vaccination. Next screen, please. Another key piece that we're working on, and I know Supervisor Horstman and I had a few conversations about this last week and again last night, really looking at other opportunities to increase vaccination rates throughout the county. I had a couple of the Forest Service vaccinators on Friday, and I was out at the site, approached me and asked, can we just go show up at NAU and take an iPad and get people? We just want to get more people to get in here and get vaccinated. So they did that. They went out. communicated with NAU to make sure it would be okay that they be on campus. Also, I believe they also made some stops at Walmart, Safeway. We're going to continue to look at those opportunities in terms of getting people to sign up. And in the perfect scenario, maybe we'll even be doing actual pop-up vaccinations outside some of those locations in the very near future. Also, looking at other kinds of incentives, working with some of our businesses. I know Supervisor Horstman has reached out to FBA, Flagstaff Business Alliance, to see if there's some opportunities there. Also, with at least one of our breweries, maybe there's an opportunity to get some coupons, get a vaccine, get a token to receive a free beverage, other types of things. Of course, wanting to be good stewards with respect to, once you get your first dose of vaccine, you need to wait 2 weeks or get your Johnson & Johnson till you have that efficacy of protection. But really looking at the ways that we can make it not only convenient, but also incentivize folks getting vaccinated. I already mentioned the availability of Pfizer. As we get the state pod up here, then, and as the emergency use authorization gets approved, then that likelihood of it going all the way down to 12 and older are opportunities to work with schools to do, outreach vaccine clinics and other things. Just looking forward to kind of the other exciting part of seeing our way out of this pandemic in terms of getting others vaccinated. And then lastly, I'll just mention, we're even looking at it as early as this week and early next week of other non-appointment times for Fort Tuthill location as well, where we can push out through our joint information team that there are going to be select hours that folks do not need an appointment and they can just show up out at Tuthill and we'll process the paperwork needed for them to get vaccinated at that time. So just really trying to get creative about what that looks like to continue to find ways to get more folks vaccinated. A couple of other highlights as our vaccination effort expansion continues. We are still onboarding additional partners, which is great. Most recently, Embry Health. For many of you may have seen, they actually are operating a testing site over at one of the churches out on the east side of town. They have also been working to get onboarded to be able to do vaccinations, which we would love them to be able to do. So hopefully the necessary onboarding will be completed this week and we can allocate them vaccine as well. Again, additional pharmacy partners continue to come on board. You can just see by that snapshot the amount of vaccine that many of our pharmacy partners have. There are appointments available at pretty much all locations, including Vera Clinic and others that are open and available. So at this point in time, there is no barrier other than getting an appointment scheduled for you to receive a vaccine. And so we just want everybody's help encouraging that. The Fort Tuthill vaccination operations, we did get confirmation from FEMA and our Forest Service vaccinators that they will remain operational through at least May. We are going to continue to work with them in how we look at our transition and utilization of Fort Tuthill, as well as taking mobile operations, and the FEMA staff and Forest Service vaccinators are able to assist us in doing those pop-up types of events as well. So we're really grateful to have their continued partnership to help us out, because we certainly could not do it alone with just our HHS staff and even our temporary staff and others that we have put into place. Next slide, please. Just wanted to lastly mention that we are continuing to work with our healthcare partners and regarding homebound population and how best to access them. We need to know who they are and where they are first. And so many of the healthcare plans are gathering that information. It's happening a little slower than we would hope, but we are continuing to press and work with them to get that information so that we can help coordinate whatever needs to happen so that we can get folks who absolutely have no way of leaving their home that could get a vaccination if they so request it. Just quick highlights here on our vaccine allocation. And what I want to point out is that this was the first week. If you look down there on the 4-1, we had 9,000 total vaccines that were available for us to allocate, 7,000 Moderna, 2,000 Johnson & Johnson. We allocated all 2,000 of Johnson & Johnson. And in fact, those are being administered at the Flagstaff Elk Lodge this week and into next Tuesday. We were not able to actually draw down all of our allocation, and this was the first week that we encountered that issue. We took as much as we could take at our site and filled all the requests of everyone else. And even in additional outreach, it was that they already have vaccines sitting, waiting for appointments, and so they didn't want to draw down, and nor did we additional vaccine. So we've hit a different nexus than we were even a month ago. Next slide, please. So I was going to pause for a moment because then I kind of want to shift into talking about Coconino, or our county reentry, and also our ongoing communications as well with Parks and Rec regarding our county policies and procedures remaining in place with respect to masks ordinance and also mitigation measures. But before I go on, Chair Ryan, any questions about any of the vaccine related information before I kind of shift gears here?
So I'll turn to the board in just a second and just suggest of maybe not here, but you might be able to hear from the board members. We all probably have ideas on some of your pop-up site opportunities that are out in our districts, knowing the remote nature of certain areas and behavior patterns. One of note, it sounds really good that you were having volunteers, I think you said from the Forest Service, that were going out and about, checking people in with a computer. When I'm wandering around, say I'm wandering through businesses, I'll check in with workers, and they sort of check in, they sort of check out. So, I would encourage continued, note that you were saying Supervisor Horstman reached out to Flagstaff Business Alliance. I would suggest that take advantage of those chambers and see if they can help you push the message out also. Because they're, workers are busy working. So other board members, any questions right now?
I have a couple, if I may, Chair Ryan.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor. I got everybody lined up. I have Supervisor Horstman, and then Supervisor Begay's photo came up before Supervisor Vasquez's. So we'll go in that order. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And Kim and your staff, thank you. I just think you all are rocking it, and that is so good. For everybody who hasn't seen it, the CDC is now reporting fully vaccinated percentages by county. Coconino County is one of the top in the country. We should be very proud of that. And Kim and your staff, and of course the whole county, should be proud of that. We are moving into an interesting time, from scarcity, when we were receiving so many calls for people wanting to get that vaccination appointment, to abundance. But yet we have 60% of our population yet to go to be vaccinated. So I'm loving all of the thinking outside the box and moving forward to making sure we get these populations vaccinated, from the mobile units to strolling around the grocery stores to basically set appointments. I know, because I sat and watched it over here at the Elks Club when they had their, FMC had their day of no reservations, show up, get your shot. It was a great success. The lines were literally 2 blocks long. I hope we can do more of that because obviously our dosage and what comes in, the doses we receive, depends on the shots we can get in people's arms. So it's very, very important that we get this vaccination out so we get more doses in. And I really appreciate all the outreach in the community. I think that's where we as supervisors can really help. And yes, we have reached out to some of our establishments and businesses, and they have been very responsive. But just a reminder too, let's encourage our businesses to help their employees get this vaccination, whether they give them an hour off of work paid or whatever it is, to try to make sure that they get their employees out and vaccinated. So it's great for business. It's great for our community. And again, Kim, thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you and my board members on getting that remaining 60% of our population vaccinated.
That's right. We definitely want to keep pushing it. Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Good morning, everyone. It was a good presentation. I enjoyed it. And I just want to say a couple of things regarding other ways that we're looking at things to get the shots given to the people that need to get shots. Tuba City Regional Healthcare field health nurses are out and about giving shots to elderlies at home. So my mother was one of them. So I'm so happy and proud, that they did that. First, it was like, we can't go out there because of COVID, but exposure and this and that, but somehow, they came around. I think the need was great that, they had to go into the homes for the elderlies to get their shots. And so secondly is that I know that there are other ways of looking at things. The shots that are given at the Tuba City High School Pavilion, people just get in their vehicles and get in line, and all day long, they don't have appointments or anything, but they're just going in lines. And as soon as they're coming in, they're filling out the paperwork for them. And I know from the beginning, what they did was saying that you have to have an appointment, but then it changed to more shots that they want to give. And also looking at all other alternatives, they just went on ahead. So they had people lined up and long lines. So I just want to say, there are other ways to look at things. And I think, we have to afford the opportunity and make sure that people that can't make it to get their shots, are afforded the same opportunity as everyone else that, is making the appointment and things like that. But I just want to say thank you, Kim, and all the other staff that are directly affiliated with this task at hand. And then also to Mr. Peru, thank you, and also the board members. And yes, it's we have to, as board members, we really have to go out and find other ways ourselves and find out and make it happen, because that's how, all this information that's coming back, is where the Coconino County is really going full force and doing whatever they can. So there's always a way to do things. And I just want to say thank you, everyone. That was my comment.
Right. Yes, we definitely want to keep working on the education piece and helping out there as well. Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a great presentation and giving us the numbers and all your hard work and efforts. And I wanted to commend you on the efforts that you've put in, but I also wanted to give you some feedback that I've been getting from the Spanish speaking community, that they've seen a notable change in the availability and services towards that population. And we're very grateful for that. And I wanted to let you know that I really appreciate the efforts that you've put in to really support those vulnerable populations. It's truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, that is great to hear. I'm sure you helped out as well, Supervisor Vasquez, on that. Vice Chair Fowler, we're noting a couple areas. Lena?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Kim, and to your team and everyone. We're going to provide tax service in Fredonia on Wednesday. So if you had identified another date that you'll be out there, we can deliver that. We're also doing taxes in Page. What we could do is also have a special information just for the Page area, where I think pretty much people know where to go, but I think it's always good to have another flyer just to let people know where they can get their vaccine shots. You know, there are places, I mean, all the partners are all doing their part, but at the same time, I think we need to continue to provide that information. Maybe you and I can go on the Page Radio so we can announce it again as well, so that it gets out to everyone in that region and in the Marble Canyon area as well. So I think it's really good that we're getting this information out, and just really, I mean, from the didn't know when vaccines are going to come. We don't have the partners completely identified, and agreements are not in place, to now where everything is sounds like it's going a lot smoother. So I just really want to appreciate your patience with everything on Navajo Nation. As Supervisor Begay says, Tuba City Regional has its events all month. It's online, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. You also have the Winslow Indian Health Center, and that one also has its events that they're going out to the communities, and it's also online. Navajo Nation reports that it has administered over 200,000 shots. So Navajo Nation is doing its part. I want to just recognize that you work closely with Navajo Nation and other communities, not just Navajo Nation, but just want to recognize your efforts and trying to work with everyone across the board, all the way to the state. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, we're just a note. Thank you, Lena. Really great information. Just a note in District 3, where Greg continues to pump information out to like the little stores where the mailboxes are and that kind of thing. So we'll try and continue to do that as we respond to new information. So Kim, we have about 12 minutes left. Oh, go ahead, Supervisor. Let's see, who do I have? Lena, go ahead, Lena.
I'd like to have Greg come out and do that in my district too, so help me out.
She's always trying to raid my, steal my supervisor or my assistant. What is he, a district director back? There you go. All right, Kim.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. And I only have a couple of other slides left, so we're right on schedule.
Good.
I just wanted to touch back with the board regarding the county's reentry planning and process and progress that has been done. We just had another meeting with our reentry committee and council this morning before getting on the board meeting. And in addition to our department representatives who were on that meeting, Joanne had also invited our internal services department director representatives to share with the group a framework that they have been working on and truly looking at going forward with the reimagining the service that has been being conducted while we have had all of the COVID response and people working outside of the office, to really looking at what re-entry truly is going to look like. And we'll be taking that information to the executive leadership team meeting with the department directors and other elected officials. That information will be going to them tomorrow as well. We have identified a soft transition or opening date into phase 2 for April 12th, which is a Monday. And I say soft because, one, we're still watching numbers. You'll remember I showed early on, we're watching as things are kind of spiking back up a little bit, going to see where that gets. And that is truly intended to be a soft transition date. It is not all, it will be select lobbies reopening. Again, kind of back to what we had done early on when we moved to phase 2 back in July or September, or August or September, and which included public works, community development, the admin building, and then also Health and Human Services, our clinic. It has actually remained open to appointments. We're going to be doing some additional expansion of that, but still being very mindful of one, all folks coming into county buildings and employees as well will continue to adhere to mask protocols. And certainly the other mitigation measures, including distancing and limited numbers of folks in spaces, including lobbies and also common and shared spaces. We talked today, it was great to hear from this reentry committee. Several departments shared some of the things that they already have either put into place or are putting into place, from everything from, you know, a 75-25 type of hybrid situation where folks are spending 75% of their time continuing to work remotely, depending on certainly the type of service delivery. I use that example as for IT related services, and 25% physically in the office, and of course those rotations so that folks are actually sharing some workspaces. HR is doing that as well. The schools, our superintendent of schools shared just lots of different things that they are working on with respect to hybrid way of providing services, and including, and I just stress this, especially as we go into summer and for the next several months, being cautious in how we're doing this, taking our time. There is not a reason to be rushing to pack more people into buildings. And in fact, if we can keep that at a minimum going forward for the foreseeable future, I think we'll all be healthier for it anyway. And then, of course, continuing to work with our employees regarding getting vaccinated and the availability, and trying to address any concerns or hesitancy around vaccinations. And then looking even further into phase 3 and phase 4 operations, and what does that look like that is not what it was when we closed down our buildings a year ago. So I just wanted to share some of those things. The group continues to be phenomenal, bringing forward lots of great ideas. Certainly our internal services departments are amazing in encouraging the departments to meet if they want to talk through some things, come forth and with their information about technology and their needs, so that there can be some planning and process around that, as well as putting in good checks and balances with respect to finances and how things are happening and how people conduct their work and continue to conduct their work if they are working remotely versus back in the office, or even in those hybrid type of situations. Next slide, please. Just wanted to give also a quick update regarding the county event protocol from our last conversation with the lifting of the executive order and the capacity limits. We at HHS, we just met with Parks and Rec yesterday. We have made some modifications to our event permit regarding the mitigation components and the requirements that are needed to host events on county property, which of course Parks and Rec oversees and manages all of that. Had a great conversation with them, finalizing a few things that they will be incorporating as part of their application process for any events that are happening on county property in our parks, so that we can make sure we are setting that example and practicing what are the recommendations from CDC, and that also letting folks know that when CDC guidance changes, we will be sure to notify everyone of that. But those requirements right now include, of course, the masking when not eating or drinking, and then space requirements for events. Indoors, it's 150 square feet per person, and outdoors is 113 feet per person. And I just will point out, those were obviously the 113, and outdoor spaces that was designed off of the pie. And so that's where the 113 feet with respect to that circumference around, and 6 feet of space. And then on the indoor events, which are of what is of more concern because of ventilation and other things and the likelihood of potential transmission, is that 150 square feet per person. And again, that was based off of buildings, which are typically square and are measured by square feet. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. And then also Parks and Rec will be working with vendors and exploring pod seating concepts, which some of you have heard about, which is where you come with your group of less than 10, that is, you know, your household or your vaccinated group or whatever that situation may be. and that there are places where you can congregate inside of a pod circle, that, and then keeping the spacing for all of the other participants as well. So they're going to be working with some of the best practices and standards that are already out there as well. And they can certainly share more about that as time goes on. So with that, next slide, the last piece I just wanted to just kind of recap with respect to the COVID variant information, shared that with you. We are going to continue to bring forth information as we learn it, know that we are being vigilant about tracking and monitoring those variants present in Coconino County. Also, again, thank you for the board suggestions, and we will be reaching out to each of you. And as you have ideas and innovative approaches, or those connections that you have with respect to incentives, we welcome your assistance in doing so. And just the overall reminder again that we at the county, with respect to our county employees and our operations, as well as the guidance that HHS will continue to provide, it is science driven, and we will continue to adhere to what the CDC guidance is regarding masking and other mitigation measures until such time as we get to say that they change. And then lastly, just that continued operational transition planning that we are doing as an incident response, so that we will be ready to pivot at each different phase along the way. So with that, Chair Ryan, that concludes my presentation, and I appreciate everyone's time. And
Kim, can I just add
Please.
just something to the reentry conversation? So I did want to clarify that when we're talking about a soft reopening.
Oh, you paused, Joanne.
just froze.
Yep, you're all frozen. Joanne Keene, our
I'm
Deputy
sorry,
County
I'm
Manager.
having-
There you go.
I'm having internet issues today. That we're talking about the buildings and the departments that we opened in the fall. So that's the admin building, Public Works, Community Development, and then the lobby of the HHS clinic. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. We're still working through issues in some of the other buildings to make sure that they're ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joanne. And thank you, Kim. Steve, do you want to wrap up?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, credit to the team for the information. As you can see, it's a very constantly evolving project. And so now, of course, with pop-up clinics and the availability of us doing a little more work within the districts and whatnot, that we'll get your feedback. Of course, want to meter that with the ability and capacity to provide that type of service, because it's a big county, a lot of great communities here, but we just want to make sure that we're matching availability with capacity to provide the service. And so we'll be working closely with each of you and your district directors to make that happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. And, just last note, and, as repeated over and over, let's get everybody out there to get their vaccination. We certainly need that. So we are at 10 o'clock, 10:01. We're right on time. That concludes our special session, and we'll be stepping into our regular session of 10 o'clock. And item number 2 that we have up on the regular session is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation declaring April 10th, 2021, Major General Michael T. McGuire Day. And just a note, the general's busy. I'm not sure if he could have made it. He was checking his calendar. If he did, we can check and see if he's out there. We might potentially have visitors from other military, but the general's retirement has come up. It's happening quickly, and we wanted to take an opportunity to really recognize him for all the great work and how he has affected Camp Navajo, let alone other areas throughout the state. I have a proclamation to read, And then I also will turn to Wes Dyson to comment. Wes is our emergency coordinator. And so to start off with, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. And so I need to pull it out of my book so I can read it here. My goodness, my eyes. So our proclamation is Coconino County Proclamation declaring April 10th, 2021, Major General Michael T. McGuire Day. Whereas Major General Michael T. McGuire is retiring service as the State Adjutant General and Director of Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, DEMA. And whereas Major General McGuire has proudly served as commander of the Arizona National Guard, Air Army Joint Task Force and Administrative Services, and as the emergency manager for the state. And whereas in carrying out his duties, the Major General has displayed tireless dedication, constant vigilance, and timely responses to our requests for assistance. And whereas in his service to the citizens of this state, Major General McGuire has distinguished himself as a respected leader and effective administrator. And whereas he has provided leadership in updating, planning, and coordination of the National Guard facilities throughout the state for training applicable to the current military theaters. And whereas he has supported Coconino County and the region in our collaborative efforts with Camp Navajo on compatibility between communities and the installation in the creation of the Joint Land Use Study, the JLUS. And whereas he has removed barriers to installation fulfilling its industrial mission, providing opportunities for the National Guard, Camp Navajo, and the local economy with his support for the elimination of the reversion clause, coordinated with Senator McCain, and the opportunity for up to 3,000 acres to be placed into the state ownership to fulfill this mission, coordinated with both our senators, Sinema, as well as Kelly, as well as Congressman O'Halloran and the contingent. And whereas he has provided the opportunity for the future to work on enhancing the resilience of facilities, including providing the opportunity to enhance the region's work on forest restoration. And whereas he has been a frequent advocate for our requests through the COVID-19 pandemic to the Arizona Department of Health Services and the governor's office, helping making our county response efforts successful. And now, therefore, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes the contributions, leadership, and service of Major General McGuire and wishes to express our profound gratitude for his support for Camp Navajo and his support through the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic response and through the many natural disasters our county has experienced since his appointment in 2013, and declare April 10th, 2021 as Major General Michael T. McGuire Day. Further, the Coconino County's Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Coconino County wish Major General McGuire well in his retirement and his future endeavors. And so I would ask for a motion to approve this proclamation. I see Supervisor Horstman waving her hand out there.
I'll be happy to make the motion to approve the proclamation, and we certainly wish the general and his family well in his retirement.
All right, and I need a second. Second by, looks like Supervisor Vasquez just beat you out there. So I have a second out there. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, and then I'll turn to Wes because he not only is he our emergency coordinator, but he's had a great opportunity to serve together with the general in other capacities. Wes?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. John McGuire, again, I don't know if you're on, but I certainly welcome you to these proceedings and congratulations on your retirement, though I suspect we have probably not heard the last from General McGuire. Your service to our country as a fighter pilot and the state of Arizona has made us all safer in all aspects of our life. I was privileged to work under your command for about 5 years as the operations chief at DEMA. And I was always grateful for your trust and latitude in allowing us to perform our duties. You've always been a strong supporter of the counties and the 22 tribes in our state, making the state resources available to assist when and where necessary. This certainly has been no small effort with the COVID-19 response, but has been equally important for the more traditional fire, flood, natural disasters that we've experienced across the state and certainly here in Coconino County. Your legacy for emergency management will live on, and I would personally like to say thank you. I enjoyed working with you a great deal at DEMA. I learned a great deal from you, and I finally remember those days. Please enjoy your well-earned retirement, such as it may be. Like myself, I suspect you will not do well with the concept of retirement, and you will continue to pursue your desire for public service. So thank you again very much, sir. It was a privilege, and I look forward to what you have in your next chapter. Back to you, Chairman.
All right. Well, thank you, Wes, and well said. And just for note, we also are recording these, and so there will be an opportunity for the general to see the session comments associated with this, which is wonderful. I just want to check real quick and see if anybody has hopped on that wishes to comment. So Eric, could you just check in, explain what they need to do, please?
Certainly, if you wish to comment on this item, if you can just use the raise your hand function, and we'll pull you into the meeting from the attendee pool to speak on the recognition of General McGuire. And I do believe Director Musselman has some words, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Eric. And Chair Ryan, if I may, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I had the privilege of getting to meet General McGuire on a handful of occasions over the course of a couple of different emergency declarations, and certainly much more in depth with response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I just want to personally express my gratitude to him and his willingness to work with us, help us come up with solutions, especially as we were working on our Tier 1 alternative care site situation and hoteling, and for his willingness to support the GUARD mission here in Coconino County, which has been phenomenal. We couldn't have done our testing response nor our vaccination response without that support. So I wish General McGuire a wonderful retirement, whatever that may look like, and truly appreciate his contributions to Coconino County. So thank you.
Right. And I'm not sure we have anybody out there. This was quick. Oh, it looks like we have Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani. Lucinda?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasize and support the comments made both by Kim and Wes that he's been very supportive. As everyone's very aware, we are a disaster-prone area here in Coconino County, and we've had a number of experiences over the past, many years, and really want to thank him for his support and supporting our leadership here in emergency management and providing staff support when we have had emergencies. So really appreciate it and wish him the best in retirement. Thank you.
All right, well said, Lucinda. And I'll note that as noted by Deputy County Manager Andriani, last time I chaired the board, I think we had 13 emergencies declared in that 1 year. So yes, we're a broad-reaching county, and we do have a lot of emergencies where we coordinate with EDEMA. We have Vice Chair Fowler. Vice Chair Fowler. Lena? You look like you're frozen up there, Lena. Vice Chair has frozen, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we'll bring her back in a minute. I'll swing it back and comment from a board perspective. Just mine, much broader. Just noting the emergencies that we have worked through since 2013. My gosh, quite a few. Anywhere from fire to flood to. I think we're post tornadoes, but we certainly do have them, and now COVID. This pandemic, but other areas of influence. The joint land use study is an area that we're looking at coordinated planning for our military installations, both on the military side and national defense, but also for coordinating together with the Naval Observatory, our dark skies, acquisitions through the Army ACUB buffer, where that wonderful riparian area, the ephemeral riparian area, Rogers Lake, that's in my background on my photo here, actually was set aside, acquired, and we put conservation easements, which also helped to protect our wildlife corridors. So multi-agency planning, coordinating together, but the general's leadership and participation is duly noted for helping affect these other areas that touch us in Coconino County. I'll turn to, do we have Vice Chair Fowler back?
I had a hiccup.
Oh gosh.
I thought it was you, but it was me. So I just want to appreciate General. I'm really happy that we're recognizing him. He's helped us out through the years on all our emergencies and just the various projects that we've had. And I just want to recognize how his leadership has touched our communities in a very positive way, and really appreciate him listening and understanding the situation that we're going through, and has made visits here. So I just want to just add my appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I'll turn and see any other comments from board, or Eric, if you have anything on the audience.
Mr. Chairman, there are none from the audience.
Okay, and not seeing any further comments. General, wishing you well in your retirement. Thank you for all the great work you've done to help our region, our county, as well as the states. Okay, next item that we have is item number 3. And item number 3 is consideration and possible action to approve the Coconino County Earth Day proclamation designating April 2021 as Earth Month in Coconino County. And I understand we have this person over in community development, this energetic Amanda Aitchison that's out there that'll be commenting on this. Let me check in. Are you leading off, Amanda, or did we have Lucinda starting off here, and or Jay?
Amanda can.
Okay, Amanda, it's yours. All right, Steve, you're good.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan, and good morning, actually. Chairman Ryan, members of the board, colleagues, and community members. I'm honored to be here today representing our Coconino County Green Team and our sustainability programs. Together, we've developed this County Earth Day proclamation with the support of our county leadership and you, the Board of Supervisors. 51 years ago, on April 22nd, 1970, the first Earth Day was created to demonstrate support for environmental protection and environmental justice. Earth Day is now celebrated in over 190 countries with millions of people, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of being good stewards to the environment and to one another. This stewardship spans across generations and across demographics. As we recover from this COVID crisis, let us not forget that we are still in a life-threatening crisis, climate change. The impacts of this crisis are also felt globally and have a tremendous impact on our Coconino County communities. including severe weather, drought, fires, and floods. Unfortunately, the impacts of climate change is increasing. And like COVID, the impacts of this crisis has the biggest impact on our peoples and communities who are underserved, underrepresented, and have limited resources. But there is hope. We have solutions to this climate crisis, but it takes a collective and effective immediate action. There is hope in our communities because we are and we will continue to work together to tackle this crisis like we've done with others. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are at the heart of sustainability and climate change action. It takes all of us working together with one another to address this multifaceted, multi-generational issue. The video I will be sharing next features our county colleagues reading the Earth Day proclamation. The video demonstrates the collective action, but it does not include everybody. But there are others, so many other stewards of our environment and our communities. Together, we celebrate Earth Day, and we thank you, the board, for your ongoing commitment to and modeling being good stewards of our environment and our communities. And with that, I'm going to share the wonderful video that our team has put together. I'm going to share sound too. All righty.
Whereas Coconino County respects and celebrates the county's vast and endless beauty, home to many cultures, and commits to protecting and preserving and caring for our environment, including providing services that are sensitive to the needs of all citizens in a changing world. And
whereas Coconino County recognizes that the global community now faces extraordinary challenges, such as global health issues, food and water shortages, environmental degradation, and economic struggles, and identifies climate change as the biggest challenge to the future of humanity and life support systems that make our world habitable. And
whereas Coconino County asserts that all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, color, religion, sex, including gender identity, sexual orientation and pregnancy, national origin, age, disability, genetic information, socioeconomic status, or geographical area have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment, as well as economic growth and opportunity. And
whereas Coconino County affirms all life forms on Earth have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment, and as caretakers of the planet, we all have an obligation to change the human behaviors that contribute to climate change and environmental degradation, and work to preserve the Earth's beauty and its resources. And
whereas this obligation extends not only to today's caretakers, but also to the future generations of caretakers who will inherit the planet from us. And
whereas Coconino County is blessed with a wealth of green space, including national, state, and local parks, as well as diverse areas that are sacred to our region's indigenous peoples, these areas enrich the lives of both residents and visitors alike, providing habitat for varied flora and fauna, sustainable natural resources, and many diverse recreational opportunities. And
whereas Coconino County supports projects and efforts that demonstrate and encourage energy conservation, climate change mitigation and adaptation, sustainability, and the usage of renewable energy. And
whereas Coconino County partners with local community members, schools, businesses, and environmental organizations who are working together in the interest of the planet to inspire intergenerational participation through local actions and global environmental consciousness. And
Whereas the county recognizes the benefit of promoting climate change awareness and the effect that even small changes can have on our climate. And
now therefore be it resolved that Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Earth Month in Coconino County, and we encourage all county staff and community members to join the county in celebrating the Earth, recognizing climate change as a challenge that needs solutions, and choosing actions to combat climate change each day. I ask for a motion to approve. I have Supervisor Horstman up there. Looks like, are you making a motion, Supervisor
I
Horstman?
would love to make a motion, and
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment after the motion. I assume you'll allow some comments. Is that right?
Absolutely,
Chair?
absolutely.
Very good. And I may be majorly dating myself, but having participated in the very first
Let me
birthday,
get a second real quick. Let me get a second.
Okay.
I need a
I would-
second. Supervisor Vasquez. Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
And I would like to make a motion to accept this proclamation. I think you just got a second that I'm dating myself, okay? That I'm by my age. So I think, thanks a lot,
like that.
Geronimo. I don't know what to say,
Sorry.
but I'll talk to you later. I was trying to say it since I was in fact participant in the first Earth Day celebration. It is my honor to make a motion to approve the Earth Day proclamation as presented and read by so many marvelous folks. So thank you so much. And that is my motion.
And I Supervisor Vasquez, the second there. All right. And then let's go to comments. Supervisor Horstman, yes, as with the motion. Go ahead with comments on before. Yeah.
Well, thanks. And yes, I think it's so important that Coconino County is taking the time to celebrate Earth Day. Our planet's wonder and natural beauty is so important. Our county is so rich with this natural beauty. You know, we've got the Grand Canyon right down the street. We're home to national forests, national monuments, and just such incredible beauty that surrounds us every single day. We need to do what we can to protect and preserve our natural resources. Certainly, our rising temperature is a real concern, and the climate change is a real concern for us, and the threats of wildfire and catastrophic flooding is ever present. So it is important that we all join together with the green team and sustainability partners in order to do what we can to leave our county and our planet better than we have right now. So thank you very much. And I want to thank the county for doing this. And it's certainly my pleasure to support this important proclamation. And now we need to live it. So thank you.
Mhm.
thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Really appreciate those comments and very excited to keep working with you all.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, I just want to say thank you for recognizing Earth Day. I am an Earth Day baby. I was born on Earth Day, so it's especially special. But I was born 6 years after the first Earth Day. But thank you for your work, and you know, I like Supervisor Horstman said, we have to live it. You know, we have to model what we want to see, and you know, really look for those sustainable efforts that we can that will really help preserve our natural resources in Coconino County. Thank you.
And then I saw. Let me walk through the board, and then I'll call for the question and go to Steph. Okay. Next, I saw Supervisor Begay. You had bubbled up on this one.
Yes, yes, I did. And I was trying, I have to beat Geronimo today on a second. But I'm also happy that we passed a proclamation for Earth for April 2021 as Earth Month Day, Earth Month. And because of all the challenges that we are facing today, like all the water shortages, the food, and the degradation of all our environmental, and then also the struggles we're having economically, and with the climate change is the biggest challenge, you know. So all of this, I think it's about, we really need to look out for everyone out there. And I just want to say, I'm thankful that it's been brought to our attention, and I fully support this. And I think we just need to move on and continue to recognize and also to honor this day, this month. Thank you.
All right, and Vice Chair Fowler, I saw you pop up out there too. There you are. Or you're muted, Lena.
Thank you. I want to just thank everyone again. Thank you, Amanda, for all your work, your team. And, every year we do Earth Day, and every year we have the same discussion. But we will really need to do, as a board, we always talk about doing more. And I think that's been really our goal. So Amanda, you and your team have really worked internally as well as externally, and working with even the construction industry to build a sustainable, better homes, and really going out and having community education on what sustainability is. And so every day is Earth Day. Every day is a day that we have to recognize that we have our Mother Earth, Father Sky, and all the elements in between, and also the stars, this dark sky. So I'm really happy that the Coconino County is very conscientious about our environment, and that we work and take action and with our policies and with the people that we hire, that we take this seriously. And I just want to just recognize that all the vast work that you have done, and it's difficult to go through every list, but I just want to just thank you once again and bringing this proclamation to us and being able to have the board take action again. And thank you for your continued work. And we're always here to support you, and also take it upon our own self as individuals and individual households to be able to implement some of the recommendations that you have given us and giving out to the community. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, all right. Wonderful comments. Yeah, I'm going to date myself, and I was trying to figure out if Judy's second was on the age discussion or if it was on the motion there. But
I'll get you next.
Yeah, well, I'll admit here. I was there for the first Earth Day, even prior. But the spinoff, when I was going to high school, we went from traditional classics to having electives like ecology and environmental science, which was really good. And considering it's Earth Day, it's time to celebrate, and we do have a beautiful area. By the same token, with climate change, we have many challenges, and it is every individual making a difference. But considering, look at our weather today and how warm it is, a potential fire season that can approach us. And then just what our forests mean as far as at a macro level of impact, taking care of our forests influences broader areas. So really appreciate the work being done. Even better, I love the youth in the video. The next generation shall inherit the earth, and they are. And what we want to do is make it a better place. So really appreciate it. I'm going to call for the question. I'll go back to after that. I'll go to Manager Steve Brew, but I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, and motion carries. And I'll go to County Manager Steve Brew, and then we'll go back to you, Amanda. Steve?
Good. Well, at this point, I wanted to thank Amanda and the team here at the county for all the work they're doing. But I would like Amanda to introduce the beautiful individuals that were in the opening segment.
Thank you. Thank you, County Manager Peru. And it's so wonderful to have you back. Yay. The opening remarks were made by my daughter Adeline, who is now 11 and started 5th grade in person yesterday. And my husband, Eric Wolverton, who is also very active in the community and runs Habitat for Humanity here locally. And then all the other wonderful colleagues of the county, including like you mentioned, Next Generation, our interns and our upcoming leaders within our organization and our communities. So just an honor to be working together with everybody, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. All right. Thank you, Steve. And Amanda, did you have any other people in the audience that were going to comment, or just wanted to check in and see what that?
Thank you, Chairman Ryan. I do have colleagues on the Zoom, members from the Green Team and County Sustainability. We didn't have anything formally planned, but if anybody who's on would like to say a few words, please feel free to put yourselves on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coordinate with Eric, maybe, or Lindsay.
Eric, can you explain?
Certainly, if any members wish to speak, just simply raise your hand and I will bring you into the meeting as a panelist. So go ahead and use the raise your hand function down at the bottom of your screen at this time.
Thank you, Eric. And I just want to say thank you to all of you, Board of Supervisors, for your kind comments, as well as your thoughtful and visionary direction and goals. When the county adopted the Sustainable Building Program in 2003, we were groundbreaking. There was only a couple others in the nation, and we've grown so much since then. I'm proud to have just celebrated 14 years. Family. I started when Steve Peru was county manager. He was a part of my new employee orientation, and seeing the county's commitment to public service. I came in with a passion for sustainability, but because of the Board of Supervisors and county leadership's mentoring and leading by example, the passion has grown to be inclusive of service for all, and really sustainability. I can really nerd out on that. And thanks to Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez's dad, who was a professor of mine, and Nina's, and Liz, I think, Krug's in the Masters in Sustainable Communities. We were equipped with good tools and resources to do the work we do. So thank you all.
Well done.
All right. Well done. Yes, that applause, I agree. So it looks like everybody's holding back. It's also a Zoom meeting that happens quite often. But this is the beginning of a month that we just declared for. Well done by everybody that presented. And this is just a beginning. We have great opportunity to make things better. So thank you, Amanda. Well done. All right. For the sake of the board, our next area that we're moving into is our consent agenda, and we're pretty close on to being on time. Our consent agenda are items 4, let's see, let me get our numbers, 4 through 15, and we take a single motion associated with the consent agenda. Usually it's routine in nature, or we've seen information associated with possible work sessions. But I will pause to see, instead of us taking 12 or so motions, we just take a single motion. But I'll see if the board members want to separate any particular item. Steve, did you want to comment on any of these? I'm seeing you up there. Just okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Board members, anybody care for separation? If not, I consider a motion to approve the consent agenda. Okay. So I'm not seeing anybody wishing to separate, so I'll consider a motion. Supervisor Horstman.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I will second the agenda.
All right, I have a second from
Agenda. Thank you.
Vice Chair Fowler. Any comments? Hearing no comments, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. And the good thing about doing 12 items in a single motion is we're now on item number 16. And I'm thinking we'll go through this item, and then after that we'll take a brief break before we step into discussions associated with the item 17, which are the effort order. So public hearing is the item 16, a hearing and recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application for a Series 10 liquor license for Forest Lakes General Store, application number 138917. And the controlling person, Bradley James Douglas, is listed as the applicant here. I'll turn it over to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, to present this item.
Good morning, Chair Ryan and Supervisors. The clerk's office received a liquor license application from the state for the Forest Lakes General Store for a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license. The Forest Lakes General Store is located at 2998 State Route 260 in Forest Lakes, which is in Supervisor District 4. There is currently a liquor license at the location that has been there. However, there are new owners of the Forest Lakes General Store, so this is a transfer of ownership. The Sheriff's Office posted a notice and copy of the application at the location for 20 days, and the Clerk's Office did not receive any comments from the public during this time. We provided the application to the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development, and our County Risk Manager for review. We did receive a comment from the resident sheriff deputy in the Forest Lakes area. And his comment was that technically the closest school building and church are in Forest Lakes instead of Heber and Christopher Creek. The drawing of the back of the building that states storage is the post office. And he's never had any problems with the previous owners, and besides that has no concerns. I reached out to the applicant, Mr. Douglas, and relayed the comment from the sheriff deputy. Mr. Douglas stated that the facility that the deputy is referring to is a school transportation facility in Forest Lakes, which is more than 300 feet away. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation to the State Department of Liquor Licenses and Control on this application. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation based on its knowledge of the local area and needs and desires of the community. The recommendation may be to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation on the application to the state. And the action must take place within 60 days of filing of the application with the state. Mr. Douglas is here today to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Okay, first, before I bring Mr. Douglas up, any questions of the board on the liquor license thus far? Not seeing any. Next, we provide the opportunity for the applicant or their representative to comment on this. Mr. Douglas, would you like to comment? Or can you explain how to get in?
Mr. Douglas is in the meeting.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess our only comment would be that we're really excited for being owners here of the store and realizing that the general store here has been open within the community since 1977. And in addition to serving beer and wine within the community, we sell a number of hardware, dry food, fresh food, snacks, camping gear, all sorts of things that are a vital part for the members of this community here, and look forward to your support.
All right. Do we have any questions of the applicant? No question. Oh, go ahead.
I just
Please.
I'd just like to make a comment. I did go make a visit down there at one point in time, and this area that they're talking about, it all checked out as to how Lindsay had presented it. I don't see any issues with it right now, or even with the past people that had the ownership. So, and again, it's just a transferable. So I want to say, thanks, for bringing this up, and I would like to have the board consider this a request at this time. Thank you.
Right, and that's Supervisor Begay representing the area. Next piece before we go through motions associated with this is we need to bring it to a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing at this point. Eric, please explain how they participate in a public hearing. Did you go away, Eric? Lindsay, can you explain that?
Sure. If there's anyone that would like to speak to this matter, you can raise your hand and we will call on you and promote you to a panelist. And the hand is at the bottom of your screen.
And I'm not seeing anybody bubble up. You, Lindsay?
No, there are no hands raised, Chair Ryan.
Okay, so was that a comment? Okay, at this point, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. And I'll turn to Supervisor Begay. Based on your discussion, I would imagine you would want to make a motion to recommend to the Board of Liquor License to approve this transfer. Is that what you would like to do?
Yeah. I'd like to move to recommend that the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control approve the application for Series 10 liquor license for Forest Lakes General Store, application number 138917, controlling person Bradley James Douglas, 2998 State Route 260 at Forest Lakes, Arizona, zip code 85931.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second. Supervisor Horstman?
It'd be my pleasure to second Supervisor Begay's motion.
All right, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous approval with this. And yeah, very beautiful area, very important store for the area on Highway 260 down there. Wish you well. And good recommendation also from Supervisor Begay on this. Congratulations. So the next item of business that we have is our public hearing. Well, I'm sorry, item 17, sorry, it is a presentation and discussion related to the amphitheater. However, we've been going since 9 o'clock and I'd like to provide the opportunity for the board to take a short break. Also, we're going to have a lot of people that want to show up, so we want to get as close to 11. So why don't we go ahead and come back in about 13 minutes here, a couple minutes before 11 o'clock.
You're muted, Matt.
I'm muted.
You're good.
That's why I said, say that again, Steve. Yeah, so let's see. How we doing, Eric? Check in. Do we have Vice Chair? Well, let's go through, just check in. Supervisor Horstman, District 1.
Here.
Oh, Supervisor Vasquez, District 2.
Here.
Supervisor Begay, District 4.
Here.
And Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair Fowler, District 5. Oh, there you are. I see you waving.
Hi.
All right. And then District 3, myself. Okay. So the next item that we have is a presentation and discussion and direction on entering into contract negotiations with highest ranking proposal resulting from RFP 2021-104 for the amphitheater management services pursuant to ARS 38-431.3A4. The board may enter into executive session if that were necessary. To start off, I'll turn to County Manager first to start this off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, and public that are joining us today. Again, as the chairman indicated, today at this time, we are going to be receiving information from the staff regarding an RFP that was let for the amphitheater management services. Of course, it's a process that the county embarks on in terms of a procurement process that provides, of course, access for all parties in all industries and businesses to consider applying for. Individual businesses did go through the process, and today staff is going to be providing you a status update on the process that was used, procurement process, the discussions that they were had that yielded a recommendation for that selection. However, I want to note that there is not an action being taken today. So again, today you'll be hearing an update. At the same time, you'll be able to provide some direction regarding information that we can consider as we proceed in contract negotiation. With that, however, with contract negotiation, it is entirely appropriate for the board, if it chooses to retire into executive session to have those discussions with regard to contract negotiations as specified and allowed in the open meeting law regarding executive session. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to now turn it over to Cynthia Nemeth, the Director of Parks and Recreation for Coconino County, to proceed from there. Thank you.
All right, Cynthia.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, thank you, County Manager Peru, and welcome back to the county. It's good to see you. Chair Ryan, members of the board, Cynthia Nemeth, Coconino County Parks and Recreation Director. I'm going to begin by providing a brief background of the amphitheater and kind of what led us to where we are today. And then Ricky Conway, our Recreation Manager, he's going to guide us through the information that we have prepared for you. I would like to take a quick moment, however, to recognize Ricky's promotion from Program Coordinator to Recreation Manager. And in this role, he will be responsible for overseeing the amphitheater and the management services contract. Additionally, I want to welcome and thank the companies who proposed and took the time to put their thoughts and very creative proposals together. I want to thank and welcome the stakeholders who are with us today, Parks and Recreation Commissioners, members of the Friends of Coconino County Parks Board, and all of those interested parties who have logged in to listen to this item. So welcome and thank you for joining us. So the amphitheater was opened first to the public in 2006, and the first contractor was the Pine Mountain Amphitheater Company, and also the name of the venue at the time. Then in 2010, the county entered into a management services contract with our entertainment, the second independent contractor to operate the venue.
The county enjoyed a 10-year relationship with our entertainment. And in August 2020, so this past August, the board decided to allow the our entertainment contract to expire as of November 15th of this past year. So that initiated a new RFP process and will ultimately result in a new contract for management services. So throughout this past fall, staff took a lot of input from the board, and we arrived at what we felt was a very thought out request for proposal document. The goal of this document was for it to be mostly non-prescriptive and to allow for maximum creativity from those who were providing their thoughts to us and their proposals to us. So the response was very, very good. We had 4 proposals come to us. And again, I want to thank everyone who submitted. All the proposals were very creative and very well thought out. However, there is a review process. And so today, the purpose of the discussion is to affirm from the board that the company that the review teams have determined to be the highest ranking, the one that would bring the greatest value to the county, be the firm we should proceed with contract negotiations. So that's the nod that we're looking for, the direction that we're looking for from the board today. So now Ricky's going to go over the RFP process. He's going to talk about the evaluation criteria that we looked at. He'll highlight the 4 proposals that came through, and then provide to you the review panel's recommendation, and then go over the next steps. And then after that, we will both be available to answer any of your questions. So with that, Ricky, I'm tossing it over to you, my friend.
Well, thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Chair Ryan, members of the board, Cynthia said I'm here to talk to you about several things related to the request for proposals for the operation services of the amphitheater. Let's begin with the process itself. The request for proposal went out on January 15th with a deadline of February 17th, both in 2021. We did receive 4 proposals, ASM Global, Orpheum, Our Entertainment, and VenueWorks. We had 2 different panels review the proposals. One made up of, both of them had Parks and Recreation members as well as non-Parks and Recreation Department officials. We had a finance team comprised of Siri Mullaney, John Comer, and Gretchen Paulsen from our office. And then our technical team was Cynthia Nemeth, Rob Morrison, Claire Harper, and myself. And of course, thank you to Scott Richardson in purchasing for all of your hard work facilitating this very important, very lengthy process. After meeting, both panels discussed only interviewing 3 of the companies. What we found is that there was a lot of financial risk associated with one of the proposals, and that was with VenueWorks. And so ultimately we decided to only bring forward ASM Global, Orpheum, and Our Entertainment, where we conducted hour-long interviews where we got to ask further questions, clarifications from their proposals. We used the following evaluation criteria, which was a part of the RFP process, so all the vendors knew what they would be evaluated on. We were looking at the approach and methodology to managing the amphitheater, their experience providing a similar service, the financial model, which is where the financial team spent most of their time really diagnosing that financial model, whereas the technical team looked at everything maybe a little bit more holistically, try to look at all aspects, including a cursor, at least starting to look at that financial model, maybe not in as great of detail. Then the approach for opening the venue to local promoters and offering community events and entertainment with affordable ticketing, the quality and completeness of the proposal, as well as the references. We're going to start with ASM Global, and I'm going to go through the findings from each of the proposals. And these are findings comprised of both what the technical and the financial team found when going through each individual vendor's proposal. For this exercise, we are not including the references or completeness of proposal in this presentation, but the board does have that available in your packet. So starting with ASM Global, and beginning at the top with the first evaluation criteria, they would be responsible for the operations and management, as the department has previously experienced with the most recent vendor, our entertainment, so it'd be very comparable to that. They, in their proposal, identified an additional 10 to 30 annual events. So typically we've been having about 20 events at the amphitheater on an annual basis. So in their proposal, they said as many as 30 to 50 annual events. And a way to get us there would be these proven event concepts that they have seen work well at their other facilities that they operate. Things like a taco festival, a Latino festival, wine and jazz festival, holiday lights, and more of the things of that nature. They have a membership concept which would benefit Coconino County residents by offering them the opportunity to see a reduced price on tickets, assuming that they sign up within the registration period and provide the membership number at checkout. So that we thought that might be a really cool new initiative for the amphitheater. They also have a really great food and beverage design in a Savor model that would showcase the best of Flagstaff local foods and beverage. And then they had in their proposal just strong business and marketing approach, a lot of experience and a lot of depth there. In their experience for previous experience providing a similar service, they have a lot of experience providing the service, and including they have 6 venues just in Arizona, a few of them being State Farm Stadium, a couple in Tucson, and the Leo Rich Theater. So 6 sister venues in Arizona. So great local regional support for the amphitheater here in Flagstaff. They have experience with national and international concerts, events, and festivals, and do operate amphitheaters of similar size, not only in our region, but also just around the United States. Their proposed financial model had limited loss potential for the county, and the financial model incentivizes high performance by the vendor. And there's the next slide, I will go into a deeper dive into their financial model. But just know that, initially that we found that the first 50,000 of revenue, and that is the net revenue, not gross, goes to the county. And then the county begins to share in the revenue after the net operating income, NOI, or net revenue reaches 100,000. So a great opportunity to incentivize high performance at adding those additional events, maximizing ticket sales, because both the vendor as well as the county would benefit in that situation. Their approach for opening the venue includes an event development fund to help co-produce some events for local promoters. And the proposed venue manager does have a lot of connection to the community and has worked with them in the past. In looking at the financial model, it does not include a fixed management fee. It is all about revenue sharing, and they define it as the net operating income share. And in this table, as you see, 0 to 50,000 in NOI all goes to the county. So the county would receive the first 50,000, and then 50,001 to 100,000 would go to ASM. 100,001 and above would be a split 50-50. In this example, the amphitheater received an NOI of 200,000. Both companies would receive 100,000 for the success of that season. Expenses that go against that NOI include salaries and benefits, contracted services, admin, operating, insurance, supplies, etc. Next, we have the Orpheum. Their approach and methodology to managing the amphitheater, it's a little bit different than what we would have experienced in the past. They would be responsible for the venue operations and management. If the county wanted to operate parking, we would have the authority, the ability to do so. But in their proposal, they recommended adding an additional fee to the ticket price, so that may not even be that may be a moot point, but for the most part, it is similar, very comparable to what we've seen in the past. They do provide with the ability to move shows to an indoor venue. Of course, the Orpheum is available, could be available if inclement weather or something were to happen at the amphitheater that would preclude them from having a show. And the inverse is true. If the Orpheum has a really pent up demand or a high demand for a show and they see an opportunity, they could also move it to the amphitheater. So that could provide some benefit to operations. They're not a very large organization though, and they would operate the amphitheater and the Orpheum with the same management team and probably and a lot of the same staff. And so we did see that as part in talking with them at their interview and then in the proposal as well. Some in the organization have experience with the Pine Mountain Amphitheater. Charles Smith, the owner and operator of the Orpheum, previously worked for the amphitheater back when it was known as the Pine Mountain Amphitheater. But besides that, they do not operate any facility besides the Orpheum. So they do have limited experience operating a second facility and especially an outdoor facility. Their proposed financial model does have an escalating annual management fee beginning at $55,000 in year 1 to $90,000 by year 5. And that does create a potential for net loss. And there would be some shared costs as well in this proposal, including the production, point of sale, staffing, and marketing. Their approach for opening the venue, they are very familiar and have worked with a lot of local event producers. They are a staple of Flagstaff, so they know everybody in this region, all the event producers, promoters. So they would have the unparalleled, I think, access to these local entities. Their proposal did include installing some base production equipment to help lower the cost for producers to potentially bring in some more. And as I said, they have unmatched local connections. Here's a quick look at their annual management fee, beginning again at $55,000 for year 1, going to $90,000 in year 5. And that was not tied to hitting goals or milestones. It was just an annual increase, but with the expectation, I believe that events and there would be more programming as the years went on to hopefully balance it out. But it wasn't clear that this was tied to any kind of goals or milestones. I mentioned there would be some shared expenses as well. The sound and light package rental, which would ultimately could be passed along to the customers. But all of the items you see here, point of sale, staffing, amphitheater marketing, currently the department has limited funds available for amphitheater expenditures. We have historically planned for facility maintenance and upkeep, and that's it. And so to switch things over to have line items ready to go for these expenses could prove to be a little tricky. In their model, they do have shared revenues. Different streams would receive different percentage splits. You can see on the slide here, venue naming rights would be an 80-20 split, as would sponsorships, rental fees 50-50. The department would receive 100% of the facility fees, whereas Orpheum would receive 100% of the ticket service fees. Parking, again, if that would be at our discretion if we chose to do it. Otherwise, it would be, and I believe that if we were to decide to add in extra funds to the ticket, that ticket fee would be separate. It would be a revenue stream for the department. And then the rest are split 50-50 in their model, including concessions, vendor fees, concessionaire, and merchandise. And soft merchandise typically includes like t-shirts and apparel and those type of things. Moving on to our entertainment. They would be responsible for all the operations and management as in the years past. They have been our provider for the last 9 years. They do have in their proposal an initiative to broaden to a 12-month calendar with new event concepts, things like a Valentine's Day event, a jazz festival, Halloween drive-through, things like that. Also included in their proposal was a possible initiative to expand the liquor license to the entire park. And just to set that record straight going forward, that was not included, that was not figured into their financial model. That was just an initiative that they had been thinking about and wanted and included in their proposal, but that was not included in their forecasting and projection for the financial model. And then they do have a strong marketing reach and a great understanding of our current market, as they have been the provider for the last 9 years. So all those email lists and social media sites. And so they had a really good finger on the pulse of the marketing needs for the amphitheater. They have historically provided 200 concerts and events annually throughout the country and at various venues. They have provided this service to the amphitheater for the last 9 years. It doesn't seem from their proposal that they do a lot of the managing a whole facility. They do a lot of event production. It seemed through their proposal that there are a few facilities they may manage, but for the most part, it is through putting on events such as the Phoenix Open and other things like that that is true to their business model. The financial model includes a minimum guarantee of $75,000 for 3 years, the first 3 years, and then $100,000 for the final 2 years, or whichever is greater, with different revenue shares and facility fees, parking, naming rights, and concessions. And the next slide will go into further detail about that. Their approach for opening the venue, they have previously and would continue to finance or co-produce several events to allow local promoters an opportunity to participate. They support the nonprofits through guitar auctions, donation collections, and booth space. In the R Entertainment financial model, as I mentioned, $75,000 per year for the first 3, and then $100,000 for the final 2, which means for the full length of the contract of 5 years, the county could receive $425,000 over the term of the contract, versus whichever is greater, the $2 facility fee, $1 per parking, 50% of the naming rights, and then 22% of food and 25% of beverage. I would like to note that we had something similar in the previous contract with our entertainment, and through the last several years of that contract, I believe all 9, never did the department receive the whichever is greater part of the agreement. Historically, our entertainment had paid the minimum guarantee throughout the term of their contract. VenueWorks was, again, ultimately the one we decided not to bring in for the interview due to the financial risk in their model. However, they did have a lot of great things in their proposal. They had amazing insights on staff training and reporting available, really strong concessions concept, including pitchfork fondue and having nonprofits operate concessions for a percentage, and a way to bring in those nonprofits. We thought that was a really cool idea. They had some creative event concepts themselves, with yoga with nature, drone racing, and Renaissance Festival being a few that stood out to me. It is likely that our department would need to be more heavily involved in the operations and management with VenueWorks, but that their organizational depth would bring experience, professionalism, transparency, and accountability. They are a very large corporation that we felt could have could have been in alignment with the operation and management of the amphitheater. Their previous experience providing similar service, they do have 25 years with a wide range of venue types and some experience operating amphitheaters, but not anything in this region. Most of their experience would seem to be on the East Coast and not too far west. Financial model, sorry. All risk would be to the county in both the financial team's estimation, as well as when the technical team reviewed it. We also thought there was a lot of financial risk, including a significant management fee, which starts at $102,000 for year 1, and then would increase 2.5% thereafter. But the department would receive 95% of the revenue from all of the streams. So it would be another situation where we would have to be set up for to go for expenditures, but that we would be receiving a lot of bulk of the revenue from operation of the amphitheater. Their approach for opening the venue included an event fund of $250,000 to risk on promoting events. Again, a really cool concept and something we thought would help open up the facility. In looking briefly at their financial model, $8,500 per month amounts to $102,000 in year one of operation, with an annual increase of 2.5%. Again, not tied to any kind of goals or milestones. They would receive 5% of the amphitheater revenue because the department would be receiving the rest, the 95% of the amphitheater revenue. And so, yeah, so with all of that, both panels, the entire team of reviewers, we would recommend ASM Global as the highest rated vendor that would provide the best overall value to the county. As mentioned, the first $50,000 of net operating income would be received to the county, which would more than cover the costs of upkeep and facility maintenance of the venue. It also provides for those incentives. We think that could help maximize the potential of the amphitheater. And the model aligns with the department's vision to collaborate and grow. They also included an event development fund to allow for greater access, which we think would be benefit to the community. They are a large company offering, I think it's 300 venues in 5 continents or something of the sort. And so a lot of organizational depth and experience. They have staff dedicated to just the marketing and sponsorships, to all the promotions. We feel like they had a lot of experience, and they have proven concepts and proven practices that could be brought in to augment the amphitheater's operations. Their venue manager does have previous amphitheater experience, including working at the Pepsi Amphitheater here at Fort Tuttle County Park, and has that connection to the community and local organizations and stakeholders. And the fact that they operate other venues in the state and region provides additional opportunities for things like routing, where an act might be played in one of their venues nearby and can stop here on the way, providing a great concert experience for the community. And it could provide a lot more of support and opportunities for the amphitheater. Our next steps, we will begin to negotiate and draft the contract. The following items are illustrative, not comprehensive. These are just a few of the items we are going to make sure to include. We are confident that the contract will reflect lessons learned from previous management of private-public partners in general, as we have had several over the last decade or so with the department. And so we will make sure we take all of those lessons and incorporate that into a very clear and concise document with clear expectations and that holds everybody accountable and outlines clear responsibilities. So this contract will include items such as obviously the use period, which we would propose as a 5-year term with 1 5-year renewal, so a possible 10-year term, expectations and deadlines for reporting, reconciling payments, et cetera. Making sure we have been taking interested parties who have called about the amphitheater for 2021. And so we want to make sure that whoever the company comes in would be able to honor those events and facilitate those bookings. Of course, with COVID-19, coming up with comprehensive public health expectations and operating and opening the venue, as well as financial compensation to the county. But again, this is just an illustrative list. There will be more in this contract. We want to work with the Board of Supervisors on the terms of this contract. And so far we have scheduled 2 meetings with supervisors to discuss the terms and give an overview of the status. If you are interested in talking with Cynthia and myself about this contract, please do reach out prior to April 26th, as we do have a May date to come back to the board with that contract for approval. And so we know, time is of the essence. We want to make sure we have enough time to speak with you and as well as try to implement your thoughts into the contract. And that's it. Questions and discussion.
All right. A long journey, but a lot of work going into this from the applicants as well as our staff in reviewing this and bringing this forward. We'll pause here, see if the board has any questions associated with this. Looks like Supervisor Horstman, looks like you're up there. Go ahead.
Yes, and first of all, I want to thank Ricky and Cynthia for all of your hard work and your staff's hard work on this, and for all the documents you provided to us and your availability to talk to us about all these documents and to help us and work our way through them. So an excellent presentation, Ricky, here today with the board. I really appreciate that. Trying to go through these contracts because they are, or proposals, I should say, because they are not all, you know, apples to apples because of that creativity that was allowed. So I really appreciate that. I do have a question, and maybe I know I've talked to Cynthia about this as well. In terms of the naming rights, I know that is something that's a big benefit and I think a big incentive to members of our community. Can you explain a little bit more specifically on how, or if it does, or how it might relate to the your contract negotiations with ASM?
Yes, absolutely. And in the previous contract with our entertainment, it was listed in there as well, discussing specifically about the amphitheater naming rights. What we've talked about internally, you know, there are pros and cons to us soliciting, trying to find a sponsor for the naming rights versus the company coming in and doing it. We ultimately want to have a discussion again with the contractor as well as the board of supervisors. But our initial thoughts are, you know, if the county does try to pursue finding a sponsor, you know, we have control of the process, and of course the money would likely just come directly as a revenue source versus with the company, the operator managing it, it would be deducted as part of that net operating income. They do have contractually obligated income as one of their line items. And so that would mean the sponsorship revenue would be balanced against the expenditures of the facility. However, you know, in us facilitating that, we feel there are limitations to what our department can provide. This company has, I think, let me just bring it up real quick. They said they have approximately 5,000 partners and that they would integrate global sponsorships into global partnerships into AMP sponsors and advertisers. So, you know, the fact that they are, that this company in particular is so big, has the connections, has the ability to leverage existing relationships to the benefit of the amphitheater. We feel that is really a big bonus for having them facilitate that process. Also, you know, in looking at fulfillment, we feel that if the county is responsible for trying to solicit that sponsorship, that we would then have to be really involved in sponsorship fulfillment and making sure the signage is proper, that the comp tickets, that, you know, all of the needs of the sponsor are met, because it is ultimately to the department that agreement would exist. And you know, that the operation, this ASM Global, in this case, they do have staff who is dedicated to sponsorship and marketing versus the resources available to our department. We feel that it would be a better experience if potentially it was done through the management company in this case. Also, the needs of the amphitheater. I can only speak to my experience with the fair. So at the fair, when we put out our beverage sponsor, which is it's kind of like the naming rights, you know, we know what our needs are for printing and for beverage production. So all those in-kind amounts, which is a big part of a lot of these sponsorships. It's not just the cash donation, but it's also what can they do for the in-kind to help offset expenditures. So I don't know, you know, ultimately we'd be working really closely with this management company on what are their needs and making sure that the sponsorship proposals meet those needs, as opposed to allowing the company to go and speak on their own behalf and get exactly what they need to be to operate that facility. So those were a few of the things off top of our heads. Cynthia, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add that, as we began contract negotiations, one of the things that we'll discuss with them is for them to provide us, to reevaluate their revenue model, the revenue share model with and without, the naming rights. And how does that change that financial picture? So we need to find out from them because they have the proposal that was submitted included that already in there. But so if that is extracted, what does that look like? So we'll need to find that out, and we can share that with you at another time when we have that information.
Thank you.
Oops, trying to bubble up my microphone and all. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you. We did have a conversation, Cynthia, about this proposal, naming rights. It's always a discussion whenever proposals come through. And I just want to make sure that when we talk about naming rights, that means that right now it's the Coconino County Pepsi Amphitheater. Does Coconino County always stay in there? And we ensure that? I believe we have so far, maybe, but I want to make sure that that is part of that's always tagged in there. Is that part of the agreement, or is that part of the discussion there?
Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Fowler, that I can recall, that is not specifically prescribed in any agreement that it needs to be Coconino County. Under the Pepsi Amphitheater name, it was the Pepsi Amphitheater at Fort Tuthill County Park. But with a name so long, it always just ended up as the Pepsi Amphitheater. But the intent was to add at Fort Tuthill County Park so as not to lose the Fort Tuthill County Park portion. That was with the Pepsi Amphitheater name.
Well, I'd like to just have that as a consideration it is the county, Coconino County. Also the beverage sales, that's the other one that we do receive some, I don't know where the sales are with these venues. What kind of sales are they? Do we get a share of those sales? Are they, and then the parking, if there's, I don't think we've ever had a fee for parking, but should that happen, maybe that should be part of the discussion. And is that in the proposal, or how does that go? I see Steve, our county manager, Steve's hand is up.
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in, please.
Please, go ahead, Steve. Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as we get into specific topics that we would want to include in the contract negotiation, those topics would be more appropriate for an executive session because you're getting into specific contract negotiations. If we're talking about general topics, broader topics, we can certainly consider a broad topic in terms of general ideas, but when we get into specifics, we may want to consider at this time going into executive session for the purpose of contract negotiations. Again, during the executive session, we would be receiving specific direction from the board on specific items that you would want to include in a contract negotiation process.
Thank you, Steve. I was just bringing those up because I think we've had that in, that'll be in executive session. But, in general, just the contract, since this is a nationwide, we talk about local performance. And I like to maybe this is contract again. I'd like to make sure that local performance promoters means that it's a broad perspective rather than just organizations that are from Flagstaff. Also, the access of nonprofit organizations, I like it to be county-wide rather than just Flagstaff. Those are just other, so far I think they've all been from Flagstaff. I want to make sure that there is a county-wide outlook when it comes to opportunities for organizations. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it sounds like the proposal, with the 2 interviews, you've really looked at the finance. I like you all, the finance team really looking into it. And then the technical team, I like how that was set up. I like you working on their proposal, the match, the different methodologies that were used, and you all came to a conclusion where what is best for the county. So it is somewhat difficult when it comes to public-private partnership, the revenue and how that's going to work. But it looks like you were able to see that in the contract, and based on that, you made that selection. So thank you, and thank you, Ricky, for your presentation. Thank you, Steve and Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Do we have other questions of the board?
I would just.
Yeah, go. Well, before I go to you, Geronimo, just to note, there was a question, will the public have an opportunity to ask questions? Actually, we are in a work session. The format is not for a public comment. Not only that, but it's a review associated with the contract. In all fairness to all applicants associated with this, this is not an open dialogue related to that. So we're getting recommendations from staff. If there is anybody of the public that has questions, I would direct you to Cynthia Nemeth, our Parks and Rec Director, in future time. But for this particular meeting, this is with the board getting a work session presentation and a contract recommendation. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Great job, Cynthia and Ricky. And I just wanted to make the comment that I'm really happy for you, Ricky, with your promotion. We spent several years on the Facts Advisory Council together. And so I'm really pleased to see you moving up in the world. And just want to say that going through the presentations and listening, the one that you recommended was the one that was sounding the best to me. So it really made me feel good when that was the one that you recommended as a team. And it did seem very in depth and a lot of analysis. And I'm really pleased to see how you conducted it as a team and how your decision. So good job. Thank you.
All right, other questions with the board?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Supervisor Begay.
Just that I totally agree with the comment that the County Manager Peru has stated, and also my colleague, Vice Chair Fowler. I think it's very important that we make decisions and in regards to what we have in our vision and mission statements that we have for Coconino County on things that we do. So, and in there, it just says that we serve everyone, all residents of Coconino County. So it should be dealt with in that respect, if anything. But I just want to say thank you to Cynthia and your colleagues in presenting this information back to us. And certainly, there's going to be further discussions and possible executive sessions as we come closer to things that needs to be discussed. So thank you, my colleagues too, and then also Chair Ryan. Thank you so much, and my other colleagues. Thank you.
All right. The next piece of this is that we have a recommendation being made by staff, and the question is for direction. Do we, as a board, desire to have staff proceed with negotiations? So I'll work my way through the board just to check on that. Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay. And then actually, I'll go backwards in numbers. Supervisor Begay.
It's actually forward, not backwards. It's a progression.
There you go. Supervisor Begay.
So we're going backward or forward? I agree. Thank you.
All right. And then Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I agree with moving forward.
Okay. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I do agree with moving forward. And I think that the analysis that was done would certainly lead me to accept the recommendations for further review and consultation and contract negotiations with ASM.
All right. And so I as well, noting that, as succinctly explained, it's a much broader process that occurred. We had two different evaluation teams making the recommendation. Each of the teams actually supporting the same recommendation. As I analyzed the proposals, this recommendation stands out as well. So I would agree that for direction, I believe we should move forward into negotiations. There is no decision associated with this contract because we need to go through negotiations. In the meantime, there will be an opportunity for staff to reach out to board members if there are other questions, comments. We can always, if there comes a time that we need to bring the board together associated with contract negotiations, we can post further to enable that to occur. So I'll turn back to Cynthia and Steve and Lucinda, all three of you. Do you have what you need, or do you have any other comments or questions here?
Mr. Chairman, I do want to just say that as you accurately stated before, this is a process in which the discussion for the board to consider and to give direction on a contract negotiation was the purpose of today's item. However, we do also want to be mindful of the public, and so questions from the public regarding the process, information that's been presented today, we do want to make sure that you have that opportunity to ask those questions, and you can send those questions to Cynthia Nemeth, the Director of Parks and Recreation, and she can respond based on whatever that question might be. Again, it's the public dimension of the process that we want to keep forefront at all times. So I want to make sure that that's there and available for the public. At the same time, we will be, of course, taking your direction that you provided today and begin contract negotiations with the recommended firm. Those items will all roll up into an item which the board again will come to you in a public meeting for discussion, presentation, and a recommendation. At that time, again, you'll have an opportunity to consider the staff recommendation as well as providing an opportunity for you to take an action on the contract itself.
All right. Well, thank you.
May I back up a question?
Please.
So I just want to make sure that if there's a question on the RFP process itself, those questions should be directed to Scott Richardson in purchasing. So it's srichardson@coconino.az.gov. So that's if you have a question on the RFP process itself. If you have a question, I think, related to programming, you can direct those to Cynthia Nemeth. And so I just want to clarify that. And I'm just listening, hearing from Scott Richardson in response to a question from a member of the public on that very topic. Thank you.
All right. Anything, it looks like we covered everything on this one. I was just looking at double checking the chat for that.
And I thought I put my email in there, but I'm not, I thought I
Yes, you
added
do.
my email address to the chat, but I'm not seeing it. So I'll continue to try to do that so that everybody has my email address should they have specific questions relative to anything but the RFP process, because that was stated Scott Richardson, our purchasing manager, would be the person to take those. So thank you, supervisors. Thank you, County Manager Peru. Thank you, Ricky. We'll proceed and get back to you.
All right. Thank you, Cynthia. And just to note, not everybody has full access to chat, so please reach out to us in the county offices, and we can also refer you over. So it looks like we have Eric out there. Did you have anything,
just
Eric?
Mr. Chairman, we have added both emails to the chat and everyone can access them. So if you look in your chat, looking for those emails, you'll be able to find them there.
Thank you, Eric.
Fantastic. Well, actually, we're setting records here in terms of time. So that concludes this item. And we only have 10 minutes left, so I think it would be better if we and we're lined up for our future presentations. Item 18 is scheduled for 1:15. That's a presentation, discussion, and overview of the county's long-range planning projects. And I think that would be appropriate. We would have a different audience associated with that to keep it on the time that we have at this point. With not hearing or seeing anything further, I'll go ahead and we'll take a break until the 1:15 time period. Thank you to staff and everybody. Well done. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
How we doing, Herb?
Mr. Chair, all 5 members are checked in.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, my headphones were turned off. Sorry about that. I know.
A different form of muted, right?
That's right. I had enough. Not at all. What a gorgeous day out there. A little bit windy,
Yes.
though. I love it. And Eric, you said, let's see, we have, well, I'll go through it. Start with Patrice. There you are. You want to say hello? All right. And, oh, there's Lena. She's upper right-hand corner with that yellow shirt on. There you go. Hello. And then Geronimo, you out there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there he is. I was going to say, I thought I saw you out there. Awesome. And then Judy, are you? There you are. All right. Look at all those beautiful faces. Fantastic. So next item that we have is a presentation and discussion regarding an overview of the county's current long-range planning projects. And so I'll turn to our new county supervisor, manager, whatever you're called, Steve Peru. You want to kick it off? And then we have Jay Krusselman up there.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm actually going to see if Lucinda wants to tee this up under one of her departments. And Jay, hang on one second. Lucinda?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Excited to bring forward today a great deal of work that's gone on in community development relative to the renewable energy ordinance. And as I think many of you know, I come out of the energy industry, and it's pretty exciting to see us moving forward in this direction. And I really want to commend Melissa Shaw. She's just done a tremendous job leading this effort, and have a number of different perspectives are represented in the advisory group that's working with community development, and you know, those different perspectives. And I really commend again Melissa for working with a broad team and group to secure input, not only from members of the industry, but from members of the communities that may well be impacted by these types of projects. And that's a really important effort that we're going through. So today she's going to be providing an update, and then I think Jay and/or Jess are also going to be providing some information about what's going to be taking place with the city and the regional plan. We're going to hear more about that on the 26th of April, the joint meeting with the city. The city does intend to move forward this next year with a revision to the regional plan, and which then may or may not be connected to the comprehensive plan. It is connected typically. Historically, we've gone through those processes together. Jay will kind of speak to a little bit of that as well. So with that, go ahead and turn it over to Jay. And again, really want to thank the CD team for moving this forward. This is a big effort and a really important effort for the future of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda, and welcome, County Manager Peru. It's nice to see you back. Mr. Chair and Supervisors, Jay Krusselman, Community Development. Lucinda summarized the renewable energy ordinance portion very thoroughly. We're also going to be providing an update on the process for the new Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan. So that's part of today's work session. We're not looking for direction so much as this is just an opportunity for us to update the board on our process thus far. And as far as a brief update regarding the city's update for the regional plan, historically the county has been involved in that, with the city providing just match time, no financial obligation. Because the Board of Supervisors does adopt the city's regional plan as an amendment to our comprehensive plan. So with that, I'd really like this opportunity to introduce Melissa Shaw, who's our long-range planner, and she handles all of those types of elements. So Melissa, go ahead and take it away.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lucinda, and County Manager Peru and supervisors. We're excited to give you an update on the long-range planning projects. And I will start by sharing my screen. And again, we will talk about three main initiatives that our community development staff is working on: the Flagstaff Regional Plan update, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan update, and then we'll get into some details on the utility scale renewable energy ordinance, or the RIO as we call it. And so the Flagstaff Regional Plan update is ongoing. We are working closely with the city. We are providing assistance to the city to get this project launched. And I wanted to just give a quick refresher on what is the regional plan and why is the county involved in this. It's a common document. It's a goal and policy document that is based on the community's vision for the future. For the county, this functions similar to an area plan. And for the city, this functions as a city's general plan, but we share it as a common document. It's organized into three primary themes covering the natural environment, the built environment, and the human environment. And then you can see there are a lot of other sub-elements under each of those primary themes. The regional plan boundary is one of the main reasons why the county is involved in this, because it's based on the FMPO boundary, or the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization boundary. And you can see what that is in this next map. So the orange boundary is the FMPO boundary. And as you can see, it encompasses a large portion of unincorporated Coconino County. The interior dashed lines are the city of Flagstaff boundaries. And there are actually 6 area plans that this boundary touches: Donny Park Timberline Fernwood, Mountain Air, Kachina Village, the Fort Valley 180 Highway Corridor, Belmont, and then a small portion of the Parks area plan. So that's just to give you an overview of the boundaries of the regional planning area. And so what is the regional plan for the county? As Jay mentioned, it is an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan. Our current comprehensive plan was adopted in 2015. All the area plans are also amendments to the comprehensive plan. And so the Flagstaff Regional Plan was adopted by the county in 2013, and it is also an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And so how was it created, and how is the regional plan used? It was created by a joint city-county effort. Again, the county adopted it in 2013. The city adopted it in 2014. And it is a tool that we use in the planning world to coordinate planning and decision-making across the region for land use decisions, transportation, recreational trails, public safety, and many more topics that this plan covers. It is driven by data, the mapping that goes along with it, located the rural activity centers that you may be familiar with that are in our area plans. And it also provides a future growth illustration to show how development will occur in the future. And like the area plans, the county reviews these for land use decisions such as subdivisions, rezoning requests, and conditional use permits. So why are we updating the regional plan? The Arizona Revised Statute requires municipalities to update a general plan and also a comprehensive plan every 10 years. So because the planning process takes 3 or so years to update, it starts early before the 10-year bell rings. We also want to stay current with changing conditions. As we've learned during this past year, conditions change very rapidly, and we want to make sure that our long-range planning documents stay up to date and current with those changing conditions. It's interesting to note that the Arizona Revised Statutes adoption requirements are very different for cities and counties. The county's plans, the county's comprehensive plan and area plans, an amendment like the regional plan, are adopted by the Board of Supervisors at public hearings. For the city, though, after City Council looks at the plan like this, then the city has to take it out to voters to be ratified. So that's an interesting difference between adoption requirements. And just to make note that there is robust and very early public participation is a vital component to this process, and a draft public participation plan has already been written, has been presented to the City Council. So what is the process and what resources will be needed to make this process work? County staff will support the city by helping to facilitate the process, which includes that public outreach and that public participation. We will help collect and analyze the data that is required to make this big project run. And we will also, of course, manage the county approval process. We may request some funding for doing mailing and public notices to the county property owners, to the portion of property owners in the county. And then future funding resource requests, we'll see if that is something that we'll bring back to you in the future. This is just a graphic that shows a basic process and how this works. So we're in phase 1 or approaching phase 1 now, and you can see the fiscal years are listed on the bottom. It's about a 3.5-year process from start to hopefully finish with final adoption in phase 4. So the first phase is getting organized, starting to analyze the data. P2 refers to public participation. And as you know, that public participation will be threaded throughout the entire process. Phase 2 then would involve drafting the vision and goals, learning from the scenarios, and it's a circular process where we go back and revise until we get to phase 3, where there's an advisory committee that would begin to check the work and legal review and a drafting of the actual plan prior to adoption. And so what is being done now? As I mentioned, we're working closely with the city. We're helping them to support them in this process. And I know that Sarah Dector, the city's comprehensive planning manager, is online with us today if there are any questions for the city. So we are helping to organize the data. We're researching some of the emerging issues and trends that were not captured in the existing 2030 regional plan. There was a presentation, Sarah gave a presentation to the City Council just last week, and we're presenting to you today to give you an update and just to give you some information about the process. The public participation plan is drafted, and it will be a different process from what was used during the last regional plan update. And we will bring more updates to you in the near future. As Jay mentioned, or rather Lucinda mentioned, there's an update coming up later in April during your joint City Council session. So we'll just take a quick pause here and ask if you have any questions for either city staff or myself about the regional plan update process.
All right, let's turn to the board. I know I have a few, but let me see if we have questions from others. Not seeing people bubble up. I'll go ahead and hop into a couple of questions. I've been through, I guess this is, I think it's my third manifestation of this at this point. And you know, once upon a time, it started with a huge visioning effort, you know, that went through a couple-year process that led into the first regional plan associated with it. And then the second one, since it was a pretty good regional plan, it was more of an update, you know, in terms of process associated with it. So I am curious, both from your perspective, Melissa, as well as Sarah's. I'm assuming it's a little of that, and it might be another hybrid that's occurring. But before we hop into that question, another piece of it, and a big part that we've always, we reduced it down last time. First time, we had so many committees. It was incredible how many committees, but it was the shaping of it. Originally to pull the vision together. The next time it was pretty reduced. You know, we had a area plan, a regional plan committee, members from the county, members from the city. I'm not seeing any of those recommendations here with that, and I'm curious because I want to see, I want to help, hope that we help ensure we have that that input related to it. So how you're using it publicly as it relates to it. The other one, you know, typically we've shared in the cost with the consultant with the city. It sounds like less so this time desire for public outreach, but it begs, the process that you've created, how that's being shaped. It seems, it's usually most of the stuff that happens in the city, it influences what goes on in the county, vice versa. That's why we have a regional plan. That's why we want input. By the same token, final decisions have to fall within each jurisdiction and what happens. And as a result of the last one, we had two different versions of the regional plan with that. So, there are a couple of my pieces of your thoughts of the shaping of this and what your discussions have been, Sarah and Melissa.
Supervisor Ryan, thank you very much for that perspective and for those questions. And I do think there will be opportunity to share in some of the costs, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Sarah to join us and answer some of the questions about the public participation planning process and the organization of the draft. If you're online, Sarah.
I am, Melissa. Thank you, Chairman Ryan. Would you mind going back, Melissa, to the slide with the graphic on it? So Chairman Ryan, if I don't get to the crux of your question, please redirect to me. The last time we did the regional plan update, what we did was form a joint citizens advisory between the Board of Supervisors and the city that was formed at the very beginning of the process and met for several years. It was a very big commitment of all the people who participated. And it ran into a lot of issues because it was a very large group. It was about 22 people. And what I heard, I actually did after reviews with many of the members of that committee, and they constantly talked about there being major quorum issues, also issues of having trouble getting the right people to the right meeting with the right agenda because the group was so large. And so they really helped us format how we might approach them differently this time. Melissa and I still see a role for an advisory committee, but that role is more limited into having a draft ready for an advisory committee that comes from earlier public engagement, and then letting the advisory committee edit and make recommendations on changes to a document that staff at least has produced as our best guess based on what we hear in phase 2. Phase 2, which is where we really get into some of the things I think were not as efficiently done from a public engagement perspective with the advisory committee, would include several collaborative processes. The exact technique has not yet been selected because there's several choices and they have different costs associated with them. So we haven't gotten far down the conversation with City Council. However, we have at least broached that topic. And we would again do the scenario planning like we did in the last round, where we had a model that we were running different conceptual scenarios through. We imagine that we've done that in several cycles, we may be able to write the plan as we go. That would probably be the most intense part for the public, and then it would move into advisory and revision and other pieces. At least that's how we're imagining the process, but we're certainly open to feedback. You did not get, I believe, a copy of the draft public participation plan with your packet this time, but you will in 26. And what you'll see is that the focus of this process is very strongly oriented towards equity and inclusion as one of the guiding principles. Another thing we think is served by having multiple opportunities with different focuses for people to participate in. Did that answer most of your questions about public engagement?
Got to make sure I pull my mute off. And I'm hearing Sarah echo. I'm sure you guys are too. It means that probably somebody who doesn't have their mute button on, and I want to encourage you to keep your mutes on. I don't want to drag this out, but by the same token, yeah, the community input's really good. Value components when we have committees, the advantage of a committee. We went through this once upon a time when we worked with the Forest Service down in Mormon Lake. Should we have a committee? Should we not? There is a possibility that you get a new group in each time that has to read relearn what's going on, and then you get pushes of factions that weren't caught up. They don't know what the dialogue is with it. So it's a piece, as I'd love to see the public participation in how you're shaping it. I'd be a little bit skeptical of going without a committee. Don't want it too strongly staff driven, although you bring in the expertise of planning, which is so needed in these discussions. But these are important factors. The other piece is, I want to be cautious, no insult intended at all, but I don't want to see a city driven so much as a regional piece related to it. As we get into elements of the environment, you get further out into the county, city has enough forests, so it's similar discussion, but there are that resource-based type of discussion that will influence where we're going with climate, where we're going with forestry, all that kind of thing. So anyway, I know eventually it's a plan that plays back into where we grow and don't grow and how we grow, which is a key component. But I think I'm taking up too much time and we have other things to discuss. I saw Supervisor Horstman asking to have comments, I believe. And I'll follow up with you guys later.
Yeah, actually, Chair Ryan, you've actually, in your discussion, which has been very helpful to me, you've answered my question. So thank you.
All right. And then I heard that Supervisor Begay had come on while I was speaking. Did you want to comment, Supervisor Begay? Okay.
You're on mute, Supervisor.
Well, Sarah did a good job in answering my question, and also yourself, Chair Ryan. And it's very important that we have that equity and inclusion portion of that. I think that's so important. And I just want to say thank you. I will be learning, on this process. And thank you very much for the committee that's been working on this. I guess it's so needed to ensure that, we're all singing the same tune. Thank you.
That's right. Very well said. Okay, so got a lot to go on to. I'm not seeing the other soups bubbling up. Why don't you go ahead? I guess I'm going back to Melissa. First time I've seen you since the Belmont area plan. Where have you been, Melissa?
We've been in Donny Park, and we'll talk about that right next.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Ryan. And thank you, Sarah, for chiming in and helping put that back into perspective. And we will definitely be following up on the regional plan in the next few weeks. And so the next topic that we wanted to talk about was the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan update, which is a good segue from the regional plan because this update is also an amendment. The area plan is also an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan. This is also a goal and policy document that reflects the residents' vision for future development in this specific planning area. So it's a subset of our comprehensive plan. And just to give you a perspective, the county has adopted 9 area plans. You saw where 6 of those actually were in the regional plan boundaries. And then the county has also adopted a rural planning area, which is the Diablo Canyon Rural Planning Area, which we won't talk about today, but we could talk about that again another time. And so why are we updating the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan, or DPTF for short? The current DPTF area plan was adopted in 2001. We've seen significant building activity within the planning boundary. And so in 2019, the Board of Supervisors did an analysis, saw an analysis of building activity, age of area plans, and other factors. And based on that, selected the DPTF area plan as the next one after Belmont to be updated. And so you can see these are the planning boundaries. This down here is I-40 down at the bottom of the screen, and then this is 89 traveling from north to south, and then Townsend Winona goes through this way. So it's a very large planning area, and this next slide gives you some perspective as to how large it is. It's just over 42,000 acres. Of those 42,000 acres, 30% is private and the remainder is federal or state land. So it's a very large planning area. I believe it's the largest area plan in the county. And as of 2020, we estimated the population to be just over 10,000 people. And this is just some visuals of some of the different places in the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood planning area. So we want to talk briefly about who is involved in the update and what is the process. So after the Board of Supervisors selected this as the next area plan update, at the time, Supervisors Archuleta and Parks invited community members to serve on the area plan committee. And it's been comprised of 13 members. They began work in January of 2020, and they've been through quite a bit of informational sessions and learning about the area, and they are currently finishing up drafting the vision, goals, and policies. We are looking to launch the first public open house soon, and we've been starting to update the draft plan as we go in terms of the text portion of it, and we are planning for public hearings in the fall of this year. And so what has been accomplished so far? As I mentioned, we have had informational presentations to the committee and meetings with partner agencies and topic expert. And the purpose of that is to inform the committee about the planning area and to really make them informed and aware of the different topics that they'll be making goal and policy recommendations on. So we've gone through that process. We did go to virtual Zoom meetings in April of 2020 and found that we actually were still able to get quite good participation using this virtual format. We launched a community-wide survey that was in October of 2020, and that was an online survey. And we had a good participation rate. Out of 10,000 population, we had over about 700 responses, which we had requested one response per household. So there are around 4,500 households in Donny Park. So that was a pretty good response rate for that online survey. We've created a story map, which is hosted on our planning and zoning webpage, which is part of our community development website. And the story map kind of gives you a visual tour throughout the Donny Park area. There's also linked to that now a self-guided driving tour, which is something that is an activity that was designed to help residents understand the size of the planning area and the diversity of the landscape and the different populations that live within Donny Park. Because it is such a large area, it seemed like a lot of people weren't aware of the extent of the planning area, and this was one way to get people involved and out in their community. So we've been having meetings with the committee once a month. They're on the second Thursday of every month. Our next meeting is this week on Thursday evening. Again, all meetings are open to the public on Zoom. And we, with that, then can wrap up and take another pause. Oh, this slide actually just show you a preview of what their vision statement will look like. And they've mimicked some of the same organization that our other newer area plans and our comprehensive plan as you have used, in that they've got 4 basic categories that they have looked at for their vision statement, including natural resources, open space and environment, community character and values, land use, growth, development and partnerships, and then transportation. And we are reviewing that during every meeting, and that vision is fairly well drafted. So we will be putting that out along with the goals and policies during the first open house. So with that, again, I'll take any specific questions about our Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan update, and see if you've got any comments for me.
Questions, or I'll hop in this time. I tend to planning sort of draws me in now and again. So the just a couple of notes. I think you've already updated both Geronimo and Judy on the process, just to know area plans are value components. How do we deal with growth as it comes forward from a community perspective? A lot of values come out of land issues, as we were seeing during our hearings, and we're going to see more so as hearings come forward. So very important process that you're both adopting. You already had members that were appointed by Supervisor Archuleta and Supervisor Parks. And it's kind of hard to change membership once you make an appointment. A process has been initiated, but it's a process. So there's always an opportunity to modify. Just quickly, a question, and Melissa, you may have had it. I thought I saw it in here, but I lost track. How far are we into the process itself?
Thank you, Chairman Ryan. We are finishing up drafting the goals and policies. And so we are getting toward the home stretch in that when we have our first open house, we will be able to present to the community the draft vision, all of the draft goals, and all the draft policies that will comprise the bulk of the plan itself. And then once we have comments back from the community, the committee will take a look at those comments and consider whether or not adjustments are needed to those, and then we'll bring them back to the community in another open house prior to public hearings. So they are pretty well along the way in the process. They've been working very hard together, or they've had mostly meetings once a month. A few months they've had an extra meeting to try and get some of the work done. I know the committee is very interested in meeting in person again, so we'll be hoping to at least present some hybrid meetings once the county has moved to that next phase of meeting participation.
Okay, so a lot of community engagement at this point. And part of the virtue of our process, instead of top down, us writing a plan at the board level, we really engage the community, use a lot of surveys, et cetera. And committee members, they hear quite a bit from the community itself. It looks like I have Supervisor Vasquez. Go ahead, you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend Melissa in the process, because I've had the privilege of sitting through a couple different meetings, and it's very long and tedious, and she's handled it like a pro. And so I really appreciate that and wanted to recognize that work that she and the community members that have been involved throughout that process for really putting their voice down and laying out the map and the vision of what that area will look like in the future. So thank you for your hard work. It's definitely been a process, and I've learned a lot through it, and I look forward to seeing it finished out.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Vasquez. We value your input as well. And
the other piece is we're going to have land planning issues that come before us. So that plan that they put in effect, or we do, we'll be looking at as we get those. Looks like Supervisor Begay. Go ahead, Judy.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Melissa, for doing this presentation. And when you plan things out, it does take a lot of time. You have a lot of pros and cons of any issues that come, and it's good to listen to both sides and make decisions accordingly. So I just want to say thank you for you and others that have worked on this, and also the committee for Donny Park. And I appreciate all the efforts that are being put into it, because I know I've been on a couple of meetings and find that, the committee is well organized, and, they're very respectful in their planning and stuff like that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you very much.
All right. Others? Not hearing? Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, thank you. Well, our last update for you is the Renewable Energy Ordinance draft and process, or as we finally call it, the RIO. And I'll just get right into some of the details. Why are we doing this? The 2015 Comprehensive Plan gives us some immediate direction for that. I'll talk about that on the next slide. We have seen an increase in large-scale renewable energy projects have come in as conditional use permits. And currently there are not specific standards in our zoning ordinance to help guide decision makers for approving those projects. We have seen just through various resources that there is the potential to generate renewable energy in the county, both wind and solar and biomass. There's an increased demand for renewables. Part of that is supported by the Arizona Public Service, their decarbonization plan, which they intend to go to 100% renewables by, I believe, it's 2015. This process would also support forest restoration and public safety along with forest restoration. And then with the closure of the Navajo generating station, there's been additional capacity on the transmission lines. So again, the project guidance comes out of 3 specific sections of the comprehensive plan. The implementation plan has a specific action item for us to develop a utility scale energy ordinance, and we have specifically focused on renewable energy for that. The energy element in the plan also specifically focuses on renewable energy, as does Appendix D. We have assembled a large advisory group, as Lucinda mentioned, that is providing a wide swath of perspectives to us as staff as we draft this ordinance. And we've had a very we're very grateful to the advisory group members who have worked very hard to provide those perspectives to us and give us some detailed feedback. The Joint Land Use Study, or the JLIS, has also given us some project guidance, and primarily they've connected us with the Naval Observatory and the staff members who work there to help us understand how this may impact their operations. And then we have looked at existing ordinances and best practice examples from across the country. And so the process that we've used has been to seek advisors, experts in the field, to help staff draft this ordinance. We drafted this in May of 2020. We began work with what we called a technical advisory group. In June of 2020, we also assembled what we called a community advisory group, and they looked at it, the first draft, in September. In reality, both of those advisory groups have now merged, and during our meetings are having joint discussions about different aspects of the ordinance. We've also met with large landowners and done some site visits out to primarily the ranches to get a sense for what the landowners' perspective are on these projects, both pros and cons, what they see the challenges are of siting these on their properties, and to ensure that they are included in the process. So currently we are having ongoing meetings. We will be having our next meeting, I believe, in 2 weeks. I'm going to send out a meeting request for that very soon. And so we are in the process of engaging with our advisory group to look at ongoing review and comments, and then editing as we go. So for the future, then, we do plan on bringing this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to you, the board, in work sessions, so we can actually present quite a bit of detail on how the ordinance is proposed to be drafted, is being drafted. We will conduct public open houses, and then obviously we'll conduct public hearings once the draft is ready for that process. But I do have several slides that are fairly detailed slides that show you the structure of the ordinance and how it would actually fit in to the zoning ordinance itself. So as it's currently drafted, there are 3 chapters of the zoning ordinance that would be amended. The actual bulk of the new code would fit into Chapter 3, which are special uses and conditions. And these types of facilities would require conditional use permits for what is called utility scale renewable energy systems. So we currently have a land use called utility facility, and this would be an additional definition to further define solar, wind, and biomass facilities. We would also look to amend Chapter 5, which are waivers, and these are waivers specific that the Planning and Zoning Commission has the ability to make. And some new waivers that the Commission then could if this draft is presented to you as we've currently written it. Waivers to audible noise, to underground placement of collection lines, and to shadow flicker. So some of these are new terms and new definitions that we will be all hearing in the next several updates. So some new definitions, and Chapter 6 is the definition chapter of the zoning ordinance. And so some of the new terms and concepts that would be included in that would be a utility scale renewable energy system and what that is. This concept of participating and non-participating property owner, which was important for industry representatives. And that's just a concept. It's just like what it sounds, whether a property owner participates in a project or does not participate in a project. And we'll talk about more detail on that at another time. This idea of shadow flicker, which is a wind turbine effect on the land. And then we're looking at defining a visual resource, and I'll talk about that more in a second. So here are some more specific details to Chapter 3 and what the draft currently contains. And we have proposed using some preferred and disfavored location criteria, which mimics some of the ideas that are currently in place for the wireless telecommunication facilities. So we've duplicated that type of criteria for these large scale utility and renewable energy projects. We've drafted into the requirements that there be some preliminary site evaluations, and those will look at aspects such as wildlife, vegetation, scenic impacts, and also cultural resources. And what the idea here is that these would be evaluated and presented during the pre-application stage to help the developer and also to help county staff understand where these are being sited and what some of the potential impacts are. And I just want to make note, the map that you have been seeing throughout this presentation, this is just a snip of a large map that we've been putting together to show where our existing renewable energy projects are located, where some approved but not yet constructed projects, and where some of the applications are. So they are pretty well scattered throughout the county. We're also proposing in Chapter 3 to include new performance standards that would address certain development requirements for vegetation and revegetation, for noise impacts, and then importantly for visual impacts and setbacks, primarily for wind turbines. And then the application requirements, there are some additional application requirements for these facilities that are outlined in this draft. And so we would want to see then with the application, the results of studies on impacts to wildlife, to vegetation, to scenic resources, and also to cultural resources. And then it's important to note that the draft ordinance would include requirements for public safety and decommissioning plans at the end of a project. And to get a little more specific, just to give you a preview on some of the favored and disfavored criteria. So some of the favored criteria is that a site would not be visible from a visual resource, would retain traditional and allow for multiple land uses, and that it could be potentially near a substation or a transmission line. So there are quite a few favored criteria that we have proposed would be looked at in determining, is this actually an appropriate site for a renewable energy project? And then some of the disfavored criteria would be a site that might conflict with special status species in their habitat, that would have impacts to archaeological, cultural, or historic resources, that might require significant site disturbance, or that could be within, particularly for biomass facilities, if it was close enough to an observatory that it might impact their work. And I think it's important to note that the favored or disfavored criteria are really a set of guidance for the decision makers. It does not mean that if a disfavored criteria is present, that the project could not be approved. It's merely to give some balance and to give some bookends to what we would be looking for in the siting of a project. And a lot of these values are listed in directly out of our comprehensive plan. So we have relied heavily on some of the previous work that was done to put this together. Just to get a little bit more specific then, in terms of how certain performance standards would be addressed, the idea of audible noise, and I won't get into a lot of these details, but we've looked at using one of the standards that has been used for other projects, and that would be to make an audible noise limitations of 50 decibels measured pre-construction at the property line. And we would want to see a noise analysis prepared and to come in with the application. Noise is certainly an issue that has been expressed by communities across the country in terms of impacts, primarily for wind turbines. And then the same with visual resource impact studies. And currently, as it's drafted, is the idea would be to have a visual resource site identification required within 10 miles of a project. And then with that, a visual impact analysis. Those are primarily the scenic simulations, which I believe the board has seen on some of the prior approved projects, primarily Perrin Wind Farm. And then I don't know if any of you were actually had seen some of the scenic simulations for Chevelon View, but the visual simulations, the scenic simulations are fairly standard fare, and we see those with all of our telecommunication facilities as well. So that's a common industry type of analysis that's required. And then of course we would be having performance standards to help mitigate visual impacts such as undergrounding collection lines to the extent practical, realizing that it won't be practical all the time to underground the collection lines. Looking for the siting and design, so such as design using whatever color palette the FAA would allow for wind turbines, something that could possibly blend with the existing natural environment. And then using existing screening wherever possible to help mitigate some of the visual impacts. So our current work with our advisory group has kind of narrowed into some specific discussion topics. And the visual impacts of wind turbines has been one of those topics of discussions. And one of the ways to mitigate visual impacts of the wind turbine is through setbacks. So that is one of the areas under discussion right now. Another question that we are working to address is, what are the visual resources? What are they and where are they? The county currently does not have mapped visual resources, but it's a very important concept for the committee, or rather for the group that we've been working with to understand what that means. And so we are working on developing a definition for those. And then how to balance the values of visual impacts with the need for renewable energy production. That is certainly one of the topics of discussion that has come up in these meetings. And there's one of the other points of discussion are the cultural resource studies and then coordination with our Native American tribes and how these may impact their lands and affect their values. So that's another area that we have been working closely with this committee on. And then we are obviously working on some details and refinements of the draft to make sure it's clear and understandable and that it doesn't contain redundancy in the different sections. So with that, then I can again take questions for you, and we do hope to bring this back to you in much more detail later on. Thank you.
Okay. Hopping back into it. I'll start out again. I just want to compliment, it sounds like somebody has their mute on or not on. But I want to compliment you how far we've come, how you're matching it up to the comprehensive plan. Appreciate it moving forward. How soon do you think we're going to see this when we start to see the detail associated with this?
We are planning on having our next meeting with our advisors in about 2 weeks. And my hope would be that we could have a pretty well-crafted draft available at that time. We do plan on holding open houses And I think it would be up to the board schedule and also with the planning commission schedule to bring you a more detailed work session to get into the more specific sections of the code. But we would hope to have that available certainly within the next month.
Oh, wow, good. Yeah, I've been anxiously awaiting it. And actually, how apropos when we're talking doing a proclamation on Earth Day and talking about climate change. Good timing associated with it. And then just that, no matter what, where we are with climate change, how we think from a landscape level, what's going on with energy, just really timed really well. I can see a professional eye associated with it, and we've come a long way since our original discussions of applications that we've had before us. So looks like a lot of great work, really appreciate it. Looks like Supervisor Horstman's up. Okay, go ahead, Patricia.
Yes, hi, thank you. And thanks, Melissa. I really appreciate all the work. I've sat in on some of the advisory group meetings and have seen a couple of the earlier drafts. And I know the vigorous debate back and forth that's gone on during these community meetings. And I know a lot of the large landowners and ranchers which are looking for other ways to use their land, especially given the drought and the difficulties of maintaining cattle on their land, and are looking to wind and solar and looking to join on and joining our commitment to renewable energies. And I know that this is really a balancing process, because if in fact we go forward on this, the land is going to be used differently. And the land is going to look differently. And so I think you said it very well, that this is really the balancing of values, as well as both visual impact and the need for renewable energies and the commitment of the county towards renewable energy. I'm excited to hear that you think you can present something to us within the next month. I'm assuming that this will be a very long session and work study session here for the board. And thank you again for your good work. And I also look forward to receiving that. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right, others? Not seeing any. All right, well, thank you, Melissa. Really appreciate that. Okay, where are we going next? Are you continuing, or is it hopping back to Jay?
I'll give it back to Jay. I'll stop sharing. Thank you very much, supervisors.
All right, thank you, Melissa.
Hello.
Oh, hang on a second, Melissa, before. Looks like Vice Chair Fowler is hopping in. Go ahead, Lena.
Okay, this is the second time he's decided to skip over me, but I want to just remember we went through this process with the wind farm before, and we had agreed from the board perspective to know where the wind farms are, the community did not appreciate, and just to having to look at it. And I'm really glad you're addressing that. In a compromise, in the end, what we had agreed is that the FDA would be able to maybe give us authority or give the company authority to be able to turn the lights off at some point, because you have that flashing light there for the airplanes, and so anyway, I just wanted to, I don't see that in your policy. The other one was, I know your policy probably has this, is the birds and the bats. That was a huge discussion. And so I'm really looking forward actually just to see what, how this policy is going to be developed and how it's being when it's presented to us. I'm really excited about this. I think it is something that we should have. We have had discussion about developing a policy just of this sort. So I'm really happy to see that you all have it, are working on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I did not touch on the light aspect, but you are correct. There is a section in the draft that would address the lights on the turbines. So we will bring that detail forward to you. And then as well, the studies in regards to impacts on birds. There's a lot of detail in the ordinance that I did not cover today. So thank you very much.
I assume it would be in there, but I thought I'd just bring that up because that was a big discussion the last time we went through this process. And then I'm not going to go back to the Flagstaff Regional Plan. I will have that discussion offline with you and Jay. Thank you.
Yeah, probably.
As well as the Timberline and Donny Park one, since I didn't get a chance. Thank you.
Well, actually, you do have a chance, but if you want to, there is a chance also to speak to staff offline. Each way, that would be good. Just a note associated with the Perham Wind Farm, where we have had red lights for since it's been approved, that you could see from the Grand Canyon, working together, our staff with our new cooperative position with the city of Flagstaff on dark skies. But we share, Mark Stento and Jay have worked with the wind farm. They now have been approved by the FAA with the ATIS system, and they are turning off those red lights until aircraft are visible. So we finally got there. I know Deputy Manager Lucinda Andriani wants to follow up with comments. You're muted.
Thank you. A couple of points, Melissa, that I think might be of interest to the board. One, what level of authority does the county have relative to location of supporting utility, facilities such as substations? Do we have any authority in that arena or not? Or is the permitting of those going to fall outside or within the county ordinance? I think that's one piece. The other piece too is that I think as these projects move forward is the types of discussions that can take place. That certainly on these large ranches, there may be opportunities not only for development relative to renewable energy, but also conservation easements and what is the potential interface of those and those kind of opportunities. And I think those are just two arenas that we need to make sure, get addressed in the ordinance and how do we see those, interacting. In terms of the comments by Supervisor Fowler, fortunately, as the chair mentioned, we're seeing some real big improvements in the technology and the lighting systems. And then in terms of the towers themselves, it's kind of a trade-off when they get so much bigger now than they used to be. And they move pretty slowly now. The rotation speed is much slower than they used to be, and therefore the impact on birds and bats has declined pretty radically. But that is something that we need to look at to look at what type of technology and the size of technology that they're using. So those pieces are really important. As to the timeline, I know everyone's really anxious to see this, but I also want to make sure that that we do, of course, give plenty of time and opportunity for this advisory group to come to its conclusion relative to its first draft and feel comfortable moving forward into the public process. And I'll also be honest, a little reality check. We don't have a lot of time on the agenda between now and the end of this cycle, basically, which is the third week of June. So, but we had already identified, and I know Melissa's identifying dates into August and into the fall to move through this process. And so, we are getting those scheduled if they haven't already been scheduled. I know we've talked about that. So anyway, just to assure you that it will move forward and, but that we want this to be, comprehensive and really well done.
and learning from a lot of lessons that have gone on over the years in other counties, other states, and really benefiting from that. So again, thank you, Melissa, for all your hard work on this. Really appreciate your leadership.
Welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Archuleta, oh my gosh, I fell back in time. Vice Chair Fowler.
She was here when we were having these discussions, that's why.
Could be.
And I believe Steve was here too. So I just want to back to the Flagstaff Regional Plan. I think it's really important. And I know that they have mentioned it, but I think, you know, the last time we went through this process with the Flagstaff Regional Plan, you know, I think that it was a very interesting process. Now, with that knowledge, I think that, you know, the regional plan and just, I think we all have learned, I don't know how long it has taken, but all of a sudden this year we have the diversity and inclusion in there, which I'm very, very happy about. That was not the case the last time, as I saw it anyway. And I really like to see that in all of the plans that we do. We have large populations of minorities. We always recognize that. And I think we need to make sure that when we do write our history, to make sure that we have the correct history and proper language as it is written in these documents as well. So I just want to add that. I know that we're all working in the right direction. We want to work together and that we're all listening to each other, but we have learned a lot just in the, you know, as we're moving forward, I think everyone is committed to doing that. So I just want to appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Yep, I did. Unmuted. Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Before we wrap, Steve, I wanted to ask Jay a question. Is that where you're going? Wrap up on this? Yeah. Jay, if I can.
Yes.
There he is. Community Development Director. There he is. Hiding behind the scenes there. Not at all. So just a couple pieces. I mean, because this is, while we have these three highlighted, we also have this posted as a discussion associated with our long range planning. And typically, you know, before we hit May, which is the timeline that we consider major amendments to our comprehensive plan, that if we were to do major amendments, one of the questions would be, seeing where these things are in terms of timing, it won't be necessary for a major amendment this year on that. Would I be correct on that? It's going to take longer than that before we get done.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. We have the whole public outreach process to still go through. So thank you for bringing that up.
And then two other areas real quick, just as note, we're not going to have time to talk about today, but one is we've had legislative changes with short-term rentals. And I know there's always a chance that that can occur. Almost happened again this year, but may occur next year. But even so, we probably need to think about at least updating our ordinance. You know, it's not going to be much, but to fit what the current statutes are associated with it. Otherwise, we'll get beat up in the legislative sessions unless we have an updated plan, for one. Number two, and probably number one, would be this very important area that we stay current on. The last one is...
Your timing is perfect, Mr. Chair. I actually just sent the county attorney's office an email regarding that this morning.
I'm clairvoyant today, huh? Fantastic. And then the last piece would be, it's one that I hope we have further discussions, but it's around, and we'll have a chance during budget hearings as well as other times in between. But we've been limited. We keep losing people associated with enforcement. You know, that's bubbled up during our hearings also. So it's an area that's encouraging that from long range planning, what we're doing, how we're coordinating with this, it will affect our hearings And in my case, one that I hope we focus on would be the conditional use permits. We might need to modify our practices associated with that. But it's an area that I hope we look at in terms of long range. Swing back and, well, actually, I don't know if you want to respond right now. You don't have to, Jay, on that. And we are going to have to wrap up here. And Steve's waiting out there too.
Mr.
Chair,
we are going to be recruiting for the compliance manager here as soon as it makes its way through the vacancy review board. And then we intend on allowing that person, whomever a successful incumbent, to recruit for the code enforcement officer. So hopefully we'll have a full code enforcement staff here within the next few months.
Okay. All right. And then it looks like I'm swinging over to county manager approval. Steve.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I wanted to add, just reinforce one of the items that may have been mentioned in the presentation, and that is the role of social media when we're looking at public engagement and public outreach. You know, we certainly want to be aware that there is an additional communication path that is happening, of course, in all aspects of our daily lives. And so, you know, as an organization, we just want to make sure that as we look at public participation strategies, that we're including the importance of introducing topics in addition to traditional means through social media, but also monitoring some of the information and input that comes to us and to the public in those channels as well. So I just wanted to add that comment with regard to just our public participation activities. Okay. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
It's pointing me out of that social media stuff. Yes, the world's changing on us. And for the sake of the board, if we're finishing up on this topic, I'll go back to you just for brief comments if you want. But oh my gosh, this is an area that, believe me, it will involve you. It may not have been your area of forte initially, but your community members will remind you of community development and land planning. So definitely an area of focus. Any follow-up with board members, comments on this one? And I'm not seeing anybody bubble up. Plenty of time we have staff out there. We have plenty of time in the future associated with that. So with that, that concludes item number 18 for the day. And then next piece is item 19. We're posted for another hour for health district discussion. We're pretty close to being on time. I want to check in with the board. How you doing? Do you need a 5-minute for a bio break, or are you ready to keep rolling? No need, Supervisor Horstman. Not seeing others bubble up. Cool. Supervisor Vasquez?
I'm good to continue.
Okay. Okay. So next item is presentation and discussion regarding the proposed changes and updates to the County Unified Health Code, including amended language in Chapter 2 that's associated with permits, licenses, certificates, enforcement, and other requirements. And then we have Chapter 6 on food and drink, and Chapter 11, public and semi-public bathing places. And so I'll turn to our county manager to kick this off. Steve?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it would be appropriate at this time for you all to resolve as the board of directors of the Public Health District Board of Directors, please.
Oh, cool. Thanks for reminding me, Steve. Okay, I need a motion to do so.
Motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman.
Second.
A second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, we're functioning in the capacity of the Board of Directors of the Health District.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Today, we have with us Kim Musselman, Director of HHS, and Eve Walters, Division Manager of HHS, to go over a few items with regard to revisions and amendments to the Unified Health Code. It is important to note that as part of the staff discussions and education of board members, we have met with board members individually to apprise board members, again, individually, of the changes and to respond to any questions they may have regarding the proposed changes. And at this time, of course, we're providing all this information to each of you in a collective manner, a public meeting, so that you can ask questions and provide staff direction. There is not an action associated with this item today. It is merely information and discussion and direction from the board. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thanks, Steve. Kim.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Thank you, County Manager. I just a couple of quick comments. I just, by way of introduction, would like to state, for those of you who are not aware, this is National Public Health Week. And while I want to recognize all of our HH staff and HHS staff and our community partners' contributions in protecting the health and well-being of our community, I want to take this opportunity before Eve jumps in to acknowledge our environmental health staff, in particular around this topic, and certainly in conjunction with all of the extra duties that they have had to assume during COVID, on top of the normal things that they do every single day and have not stopped doing one day during this pandemic to keep us all safe with respect to our food code and our restaurants and pools and spas and all of the things that we all enjoy at various levels. So I'd just like to make that comment. And then also just to thank Eve Walters as our division manager at HHS. She has been phenomenal in helping put this information together with her team. And then in also the thing that I would just want to point out, and I know each of you, as we met with you individually, got to see this firsthand, but Eve has an uncanny ability to take something that is very complicated, complex, with all sorts of confusion around it, synthesize it down into really manageable, understandable, succinct pieces, and get to the information that we need to share with you, and not only with you, but to share with our community and for all of our businesses that fall under these Unified Health Code revisions and amendments. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Eve, because she will explain all of this far better than I ever could. So thank you. And Eve, it's all yours.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Greatly appreciated. I certainly will share it with the rest of the team. They, as Kim mentioned, they really have been working hard during this pandemic, not only in addressing and keeping our businesses and our constituents that are visiting those businesses safe, but also addressing a lot of COVID complaints. So I will share that with them. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru, welcome. I will do my best to keep us on time. I think this will be a fairly short presentation. Many of you, all of you are familiar with these topics now, so hopefully this will go fairly quickly. I'm going to turn off my video just to save bandwidth, and I'll turn myself back on to answer questions, just so that I'm sure you can at least hear me. All right, so to begin with, I can get this to advance here. We're just going to do an overview as well as a bit of a jump back in time to review the history of where we came from and how we got where we are today. Then we're going to be talking about the impacts of the 2017 FDA Food Code, which was recently adopted at the state level, as well as the education and public outreach that we have done around this topic in our community and will continue to do. And then we'll get to the nitty-gritty, the nuts and bolts of the amendments that we've made to the Unified Health Code, as well as the revisions and the areas that environmental health staff are recommending that we be slightly more stringent than the state. We're also going to briefly touch on the keeping of animals ordinance, which used to be part of this code, and Prop 207, our favorite topic, adult use marijuana. So this really is an opportunity for us to have a very high level view of changes that will impact our food establishments with the adoption of the 2017 FDA Food Code, as well as to discuss revisions to the 2 chapters that we are asking the board to consider being slightly more stringent than the state. And that really is to protect the overall health and safety in our community. So to take a step back in time, there are 2 board members who have a very strong memory of the environmental services codes and being kind of dragged through those in minute detail for years. And we finally came to a place in December of 2017 that we made the bold move of repealing the entire environmental services codes, which was a compilation of delegation agreements and amendments and additions, and it was quite a hodgepodge of information. So we repealed it and we adopted the Unified Health Code. With that adoption, we made a concerted effort to adjust the language in that code so that when the state made updates, modifications, amendments, deletions, that local codes would automatically roll with those changes. Oftentimes, those changes are very small, and we didn't want to have to come to the board every time there was a small change of verbiage or an additional definition and kind of bog down the process. So we amended or adjusted the language in the Unified Health Code so that we automatically updated. Why that's significant is in July of 2020, the state adopted the 2017 FDA Food Code. And therefore, technically, as a result, Coconino County is also now under the 2017 FDA Food Code because of the language in our Unified Health Code. Back in December 2019, when we made this change, we promised the board that we would come back to the board when a new food code was adopted and update the board on the impacts that would have on our food industry and food establishments in Coconino County. So that is a big part of what we're doing today. We're providing that update. The other thing that is happening is that this is occurring actually at a state level. So the Arizona Department of Health Services has asked all counties to harmonize under one food code, which will be the 2017 FDA Food Code. And that's important for our businesses because we have franchises that operate in different counties all across the state. And in the past, they had to pay attention to what food code that county was under. In our case, it was a 20-year-old food code, the 1999 food code. Also, we have mobile food units that make their living by traveling around to different events and venues in different counties, and they were constantly confused about what they were required to do and what the standard was in that county. And so by harmonizing across the state in these areas, it really is a great service to our businesses as they operate in Arizona, that they know what to expect. They know what's required of them. And this is a big step from where we have come from at a state level. So that's some history on that as well. When we did this repeal of the Environmental Services Code, at that time, there were really 3 departments that were crammed into under one code, and that was environmental quality, environmental health, and animal management. When we decided to move towards this repeal, we met with all of those groups, those programs and departments to confirm, if we repeal this code, do you have those rules somewhere else? And at the time, we thought, yes, those rules existed somewhere else. So later in the presentation, I'm going to come back to this keeping of animals rules to discuss a possible readoption of that chapter and why. As you all know, we have been in a global pandemic. And so to jump slightly topics here, back to the food code, although the state and therefore Coconino County adopted the 2017 food code in July of last year, Coconino County opted to pause on enforcement of that code. due to the impacts our businesses were already having, the negative impacts our businesses were already having due to COVID-19. So we did not want to impose further stress and strain and regulations on them at that time. Since that time, the state is asking counties to get going and start enforcing the 2017 food code. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. So some of the impactful changes that occurred with the adoption of the 2017 food code, many of them have to do with just procedures and making sure that you have on-site protocols in place at your businesses and changes in that way. But there are a couple of items that have a fairly significant financial impact on our businesses, and those are the items that I'm going to talk about today. So in the event that you hear about this from constituents, you kind of understand the background of why where they're coming from, and what they mean. The first new requirement in the 2017 food code is the requirement for a certified food protection manager. This requirement has kind of a dual financial impact. It has an impact on businesses, but it also has an impact on the county. This is a requirement that a certified food protection manager must be on site at a food establishment during all operating hours. This certificate and training must be received through an accredited and approved organization. Through the National Institute, ANSI, American National Institute Standards Program. And in the past, Coconino County offered this program to our residents, to our businesses. But with this new requirement, we are no longer able, I apologize, we are no longer able to offer that training, because we are not accredited. And the process of accreditation is quite an extensively, or financially, it's just not really worth going that route. It's quite expensive to become accredited under that organization. So we're relinquishing our ability to provide this training. The cost of that training for our businesses in the past was $55 per food manager. The ANSI accredited training costs are higher than that. They range just below $100 up to several $100s for the training. So that will have an impact on our businesses, because they likely, if they operate longer hours, are going to need more than one employee trained with that and holding that certificate. The backside of that, the county financial impact on this requirement, is that we are no longer able to offer the food manager training, which brought in roughly $32,000 in revenue a year. So that is an impact on the health district's budget, which has been a very lean budget for a very long time. Other changes that occurred were there were major changes in temperature controls, kind of all across the board. There were updated temperature requirements, which is not in and of itself a difficult or terrible thing or a costly thing, except if a business has been operating with a cold holding unit, like a refrigerator, or like a Subway style buffet type cold holding trays. If those units are not able to maintain a 41 Fahrenheit temperature or below, they will have to replace those units or not use them for holding commercial food. So that could have a significant financial impact on a business, as commercial grade cold holding equipment is quite expensive. So we recognize that. We will work with our businesses on that. One of the unanticipated benefits of COVID-19 is that several businesses did close. And as a result, there are liquidation sales that are occurring around the state that possibly our businesses could get cheaper equipment. The other thing is that businesses will have to invest in thermometers to monitor those temperatures, make sure that they're holding those temperatures. And they'll need thermometers not only for their cold holding, but also checking food temperatures as they're cooking them, and unexpectedly also for their dishwashers. So we want to make sure that those dishwashers that are sanitizing through heat reach the high temperatures that are needed for proper sanitization. Another financial impact that came in with the new food code is changes to our mobile food units. So in the past, we did not have a section of our code at the state level for mobile food units. Now we do. And with that comes additional requirements. One of the main financial requirements that will change for mobile food units is that they will be required to have an individual license for each unit they have. Each truck, each cart, however many they have, will need to have its own license to operate. In the past, a business could have 10 trucks and they only needed one to pay for one license to operate. So as an example, if that license were $100, they're used to paying $100. Now, if they have 10 trucks, they're paying $1,000. So that is a change. Just as a reminder, as a county, we are able to be more stringent than the state with our rules and regulations, but we are not able to be less stringent. So if you're hearing from businesses that are upset by these new requirements, the requirements that I've just outlined on this slide, we're not able to be less stringent than them. We can't change them. We can be more restrictive, but we cannot be less. This was a state decision. We have adopted it due to the language in our own code. So just as keep that in the back of your mind as we're going through this. We're not trying to penalize businesses on purpose. These are just the new and updated rules. Mobile food units will also have greater outlined requirements for the construction of those units. Things like the flow rate that water in the units must come out at, the size of the water storage tanks, procedures they have to have on site, those kind of things. But the biggest financial impact is the change in the licensure. So recognizing that these changes could have, could be a little unsettling to folks. We have 20 years of change to catch up with here. We've really tried to set up a very robust public outreach and education campaign. And this really has been going on for years, knowing that this was coming and knowing what some of the standards would be. So we've been talking to our businesses for years. In January of 2021, we started ramping up those conversations during on-site inspections, when inspectors were face-to-face with our business owners and managers, alerting them as they were going through the inspection. This is acceptable today, but during this year at some point, this will not be acceptable, and here's the new standard. So we were giving verbal education. In addition to that, we've updated the environmental health website and not only have included a summary sheet of all the changes to the different chapters in the FDA food code, because that document is over 700 pages. So we've tried to help people sort their way through that and target the areas that are most impactful for them. We've included those documents on our website as well, the food codes and the state codes. We also have put up, I think there are 8 educational videos that we've posted on the main topic areas that will change under this new food code. So if folks don't have time to read and sort through written material, they can watch a video and get a snapshot of the information and the changes that will impact them. We also have held virtual information sessions. We held 4 of those from March. Our last one was April 1st. Much like a town hall meeting, these were an opportunity for business owners and operators to ask us, listen to the information, and then be able to ask questions or make comments on that. Going forward in April through May, we're going to continue those outreach efforts. We will be printing a postcard that drives people to the website, reminding them to check out their website, reminding them to get up to speed with the new requirements. We will continue our verbal education. We've also We'll be sending out information through social media that was mentioned earlier, social media, print and electronic copies. We also have a survey on our website that people can post comments or ask questions about some of the changes so that we can respond to them in that way. And what you're seeing here, this picture is a snapshot from the website. You can see one of the video topics there. And then on the right-hand side were the information sessions that were offered. Just as a note, we did do a doodle poll of our restaurant businesses in our database to find out what days and times would work best for staff or owners or operators to attend those meetings. My understanding is when we used to take literally a traveling roadshow and go out to offer live town hall meetings, they were fairly poorly attended. And by poorly, I mean 1, 2, a handful maybe of participants. These were higher than that. And so I see that as a success. We had 14 to 16 participants on each of those sessions. So there were 4 sessions. It's not extensive, obviously, in a community of our size, but better than the live town hall meetings. So that was good. Are there any, I'm just going to pause for a second here and see if there are any questions on anything I've presented so far. In particular, the new requirements that we're going to have an impactful or an impact on our businesses.
All right, questions or comments from the board so far? All right, not seeing them come forward. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just turn myself off if I can here. And none of this, hopefully none of this is surprising at this point. It's familiar. Okay, so now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. The recommendations that staff are making to clean up our unified health code and in some cases make it slightly more stringent than state codes. So the first chapter that we made some major revisions to was our permits, licenses, certificates, enforcement, and other requirements chapter. That is chapter 2 of the Unified Health Code. Back in 2019, when we made all of the revisions, we took 20 chapters that had duplicate and repeat information and smashed them into one chapter. And we did the best we could at that time to really clean that up and simplify it and make it easy to read. Now, living with that chapter for 2 years, we realized we could do better. And so we've taken another crack at really cleaning that section, that chapter up, which is quite dense. Anytime there's legal information, enforcement information, requirements for licensing, it can be quite dense. So we've cleaned it up. We've made it clearer and easier for the user to read and understand. We actually pulled large sections of that chapter out and have made also a supplementary handbook to go into to use in conjunction with this chapter, which gets into the weeds, the nitty-gritty details of how this works. You did receive this chapter with all the markups on it in your packet, so you can see the changes that we're proposing. Again, this is just for discussion today, and then we will be bringing this chapter back before the board. You'll get the dirty version, the marked up version, and the clean version for the May 25th session. The second chapter that had a minor revision and deals specifically with the request to be more stringent is chapter 6, which deals with food and drink. Under the new 2017 FDA food code, the code allows for a 6-hour time frame for certain foods, and the key there is certain foods, to stay and be left out of temperature. Currently, our community in Coconino County is accustomed to working with a 4-hour universal standard that applies to all what they call time as temperature controlled foods or potentially hazardous foods, for all foods that they can be left out of temperature before they either need to be used immediately or tossed. So what staff would like to propose is that we maintain our current standard of 4 hours that applies to all foods that are potentially hazardous before they have to be used immediately or tossed. And the reasoning behind that really is, one, It's consistent. It doesn't apply to only certain foods. It's a known factor. It is a standard that our business community our restaurant community is used to working with, and it eliminates the potential error that might result in a foodborne illness if we go to that 6-hour window. What we know about our restaurant establishments is that they're busy, and especially during rushes, they can be busy for a period of time, and some things may not be given the proper attention or the amount of attention needed to really keep that area or that item safe. So we would like to propose maintaining a standard that the community is already used to working under, and would be less likely to accidentally end in a foodborne illness. The second item with this chapter that will be up for discussion and consideration is an enforcement date for when the 2017 food codes will go into effect. The state has asked that we aim for July 1st of 2021. That will be 1 year past the time that the codes passed at the state level. And staff would like to propose that Coconino County falls in line with that request. But again, that will be up for the board to decide on. Any questions on this chapter or this more stringent request from staff?
So Daisy, let me pause for a second. And actually, let me check in with you because are you asking the direction at this point that you proceed with putting it in for an action in the future? What is your question?
My question is if there are any questions about what's been described and what we're asking. This won't go for action until May 25th when we come back to the board. So this really is just an opportunity if there are questions from the board about this standard that I could answer them now.
Okay, I'll start out as lead associated with this. I'm hearing staff recommendations that make sense at this point with that. I see Supervisor Horstman nodding her head as well. Others on this?
If I may, yes, I mean, it makes sense to me. And Eve, you are so great meeting with us and going through this. And it's great to hear it again, because it sometimes with repetition, you learn a lot more each time you go through it. So, but certainly just my 2 cents worth at this point, and I know it'll be coming back to us, is I like the uniformity and the continuity of this. It's what we already in our establishments are already doing and maintaining, and it's not going to be new. It'll be a continuation of their practices. And so, and I like the uniformity of that and continuity of that. So for that would be my thoughts to you moving forward with it. I appreciate your recommendation and think it's a well taken recommendation.
Thank you.
Trying to get mute off. Sometimes you have to hit the microphone dead on. I think you always have to, but just other board members, anything to the contrary? Not hearing that. So you're moving on a path that looks like it could be shaped for a presentation. Go ahead, Eve.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the second chapter that we are, environmental health is recommending a more stringent regulation than the state is chapter 11, which deals with our public and semi-public bathing places. In simple language, that is our pools and spas. And so back in 2019, when we repealed the entire environmental services code, we missed one small detail. And this detail actually staff feel is quite an important detail. When we absorbed the language from the state, at the state level, the Arizona Administrative Code only requires chemical and pH checks of a pool or spa to occur once a day. Prior to adopting that new language in 2019, our establishments our pools and spa operators were accustomed to a twice-a-day minimum check for chemical and pH levels, as well as temperature of the water. We would like to reinsert that language, that requirement of a twice-a-day chemical and pH check at minimum. If an establishment is highly trafficked, really, they should be checking it more than that. So at minimum, twice a day. And this would be more stringent than the state. Again, this is for general public health and safety, recognizing that those chemicals and pH levels can get out of balance very quickly and have an impact on public health. So this is another item that we will be bringing back to the board on May 25th for possible adoption.
Okay, let me check in with the board on this. I can say once upon a time in my life, I was a lifeguard. I used to keep up on pools, public pools. The variability that can occur with public pool could be substantial in a day, depending upon how many people are in the pool. People using sunscreen, blah, blah, blah. I would agree with, the recommendation with staff. See Supervisor Horstman nodding her head. Others, any questions? Anything to the contrary? Not hearing it. There you go, Eve. It looks like we're good for you moving that forward in a future meeting. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I mentioned this briefly at the beginning of this presentation, which is the Keeping of Animals Ordinance. And as I said, when we went through those 20 chapters back in 2019, we thought this was one of the set of rules that stood somewhere, it lived somewhere else. It was alive as a standalone document, and we didn't need to worry when we repealed the entire Environmental Services Code. Come to find out, that was not the case. That document been formally absorbed into the Environmental Services Code, and therefore the standalone document that staff were used to referring to no longer had existed. So currently, this document is back with the county attorney. We're working with them on cleaning this chapter up. And on May 25th, we will be bringing this chapter forward for readoption as a standalone ordinance. It will not become part of the Unified Health Code. And really, the good news of all of this is that the Arizona revised statutes, which govern the animal management program and therefore outline rules that give them the authority to regulate kennels, pet shops, and shelters, those rules still exist. So animal management still has the authority to regulate kennels, pet shops, and shelters. However, the Arizona revised statutes are very broad. They're very general. What this ordinance will do is really give the nuts and bolts, especially to the operators, of what the requirements are in order to maintain their license or get a license, what the plan review process is for new shelters or pet shops or others that would like to open up. So this really gives the structure within that authority. This was not included in your packet because, as I mentioned, we are still working with the county attorney to just make sure that the language is as it needs to be and complete before we give it to you. But you will see that ordinance prior to May 25th. So be looking for that. There will be no action. There will be an action brought forward, May 25th to adopt this as a standalone ordinance, possibly.
So let me pause for a second real quick, just check in with the board. Again, it's enhancing the ability for the operators, which I see as a benefit. And I'll tell you, an area that we're always under scrutiny is from the public and how facilities are maintained with animals, with pets, etc. I think it really makes a lot of sense, but I see Supervisor Horstman nodding her head. Others on the board, thoughts, or I'll ask the same question. Do you see anything contrary, or are you okay with this moving forward? Not hearing anything, go ahead and proceed with this, Eve. Obviously, we're going to have to see the language before we adopt.
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. This is the hot potato that everyone is talking about, Prop 207, adult use marijuana. And we are going to delay our discussion on this topic today. And we're also very likely not going to bring this topic up on May 25th, primarily because we are still waiting for a response from the state. Last week or a week and a half ago, the environmental health team, in conjunction with the county attorney, drafted a letter that we did send to the state regarding this topic. What we have found on many of the statewide environmental health meetings is that Coconino County was inappropriately being used as the kind of the scapegoat to kind of point fingers and say to the rest of the counties, well, Coconino County is doing this, so why can't you? And the truth is, we're not doing it, not in the way, we're not regulating adult use marijuana facilities in the way that the state has outlined in their draft rules, which they did finalize, and now they've returned to a draft state. So this all occurred back in the day, I think 2011 is when this conversation started, that Coconino started looking into medical marijuana facilities, what that would mean in our community. I believe it was 2014 that we adopted a chapter in our code that would allow us to provide some oversight and regulation to medical marijuana facilities. And a big piece of that was that this regulation of medical marijuana facilities was controlled by the state, but the state has been incredibly non-responsive and not forthcoming with information about those establishments. We never really knew, how the inspections were going. Were they meeting standards? Was their product meeting standards? And so Coconino County adopted this additional oversight in our codes, but it did not supplant the state regulation and the state codes. So we did draft a letter to that effect, stating that this was not, this is not a one-for-one. You cannot compare what Coconino County is doing with what the state is asking counties to do. With the adoption of Prop 207, adult use marijuana, it's a very different animal, recreational marijuana. So we're delaying this discussion until we have further conversations with the state and greater clarity on what this actually would mean to be operationalized. So we'll pause on that one, but I did want to give you an update because I know that that is a hot topic right now amongst many departments. So the next steps are, we are prepared to come to the board on May 25th, which will be a public hearing and possible with the option for possible action or adoption of the proposed changes. We will be looking at that time for the possible adoption of the more stringent regulations that were mentioned today in Chapter 6, the Food Code, and Chapter 11 for pools and spas, as well as the cleaned up version of Chapter 2, which is all of our licensing requirements and enforcement requirements. We will also be looking to settle on an enforcement date that our inspectors will be going out into the community and no longer just educating, but actually enforcing those rules. Prior to that meeting on May 25th, public announcements will be issued. I often like to also send a personalized message to our cities and towns to let them know that this is happening if they would like to attend. We will have electronic and hard copy mailings going to all of our businesses. And then of course, utilizing social media, which can be one of the best ways to reach some of our businesses. With that, I open the floor for any questions.
Look at that question mark. Somebody's creative lunchtime there. I like that. All right, questions of the board or comments on this? Supervisor Horstman?
I just want to thank Eve. And again, as I indicated before, you've done a great job of taking us through a very complicated and very dry subject. So thank you very much.
What? Oh my.
Supervisor Horstman, just count yourself very lucky. I'm sure that Vice Chair Fowler and Chair Ryan can tell you what a prior to today, the years that they got dragged through the dryness, but
I'm glad they did the heavy lifting for us. Thank you, Lena and Matt.
That's why I look older than I am. Supervisor, Vice Chair Feller. Lena.
Yes, thank you again, Eve, and thank you to your team. Really appreciate this presentation, and then just all the meetings prior to this. I feel like we're getting constant update, so we pretty much know what has changed and where we are, and it's just really important what you know and you give to us, and just the constant update that you provide for us, and just your commitment to making sure that we understand what where the changes are and where the state is at any given time. So I just want to thank you. Thank you, Kim. So appreciate. Thank you.
thank you.
Others?
Just thank you and great job.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Veronica? And then I'll probably add on to this. Curious, what I'd like to see, Eve, and I hope you'll keep us informed. You've done an excellent job of outreach and communication, which we certainly really appreciate. We know those that are being impacted. It's critical that they're communicated with. By the same token, the suggestion of trying to determine an implementation date associated with the ordinance, I would suggest that you keep us informed on how those conversations are going associated with it. I know we have flexibility. By the same token, we do want to move forward with this. We did acknowledge the suggestion of the July 1st one, but by the same token, the other factors that play into it, please keep us apprised associated with that.
Thank you for that comment, Chair Ryan. And I will say that when I think of our inspectors, I really think of them as educators first and enforcers second. They do an amazing job at really hand-holding and taking our businesses along the path to get them where they need to be. So even if, truth be told, even if we decide to go forward with July 1st, 2021 as an enforcement date, the reality of that is a little bit softer. They will be out there continuing to work with our businesses to really help them understand the why behind the ask, why it is that we need to do these things and how best to get there. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. And then I'll turn to Kim along with Eve, I think, and then as well as County Manager Peru. Is there anything else that you need from us at this point on this?
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman. I think as Eve pointed out, we'll be returning back to the board later in May with the information that she outlined. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, and then along that line, just to note, this is the advantage of having, we could have lots of meetings and longer meetings, but having staff provide the update to help disseminate the information so that we are prepared. Really appreciate the work with that. The only other one is, who would have thunk that you would be dealing with all these different topics as you came on as supervisor? But sure enough, there are many areas that we impact communities or have an interaction with. So we're just a pinch ahead of schedule. I would suggest that we take a bio break and come back at, let's see, I'm looking at my clock wrong here. There you go, I am updated. We come back at 3:15, and next discussion topic is an update from public affairs associated with our state and federal legislation. All right.
Thank you.
Excellent. This isn't just a break for the board, but it is for staff as well. All right. All right. Well, coming back, let's just check and see. Do we have Steve? Are you out there? And then I'm also checking on Lena. There's Steve. All right. Lena? Okay, we're at, oh, there you are.
Thank you.
All right, you bet. Okay, and I see Supervisor Baguette, Judy's there, and Geronimo's there, and Patrice is there. So next piece is this, item 20, discussion and update and possible direction to staff regarding state and federal legislation. And we have Eric Peterson here to present along with Todd Medeska. So Eric, let's see, I'm going to you, Steve.
Nope, right to Eric's fine. Thanks, sir.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Pleasure to be joined today by Elevated Advocacy, Todd Medeska, our state advocate, who is with us today. I just want you all to know you have the two best hair jobs in the entire lobby corps down in Phoenix here. So we take lots of pride in this extra effort we put in. Couple bills. So obviously I wanted Todd to join us to also talk about the state budget, which is never as clear as the legislative tracking of bills, but also I just wanted to touch on both two bills, one that you had on your packet, and then one just briefly that has caught some attention this morning from folks in the community. Starting with HB 2700, it's the salary bill. This is a bill that does adjust the salary schedules for elected officials across the state in county government. They are set by statute. You do not have control over the salaries. It is set by the legislature. Quick second of background here. The clerks of Superior Court began this conversation and with AOC and had a bill that was separate just for the clerk of Superior Courts. They run on an opposite schedule from most of the other county elected officials, and therefore a pay increase would be effective in the 2023 annum. And so this bill has been the result of conversations across ACO and CSA of all elected officials being included. If you look at the fact sheet I provided for you, it does note in there that the salary of Superior Court, the clerk of Superior Court, is only what amounts to a 2% increase in point number 2, and then in point number 3, it has a yearly escalator, of 2%. That is the joy of last-minute legislative creations. The drafting attorney got the message wrong from the requesting office, and so forgot to change that. So the bill will be amended on the floor when it gets there. The clerks of Superior Court will have a straight $20,000 increase like every other elected official under the bill. This bill has gone through the House. It has gone through the Senate. It has gone through Senate committee. It is pending before the Senate floor. Would obviously need to go back to the House. And just by way of reference, it is also coupled, politically coupled, with a bill that does raise the legislature per diem for those rural legislators outside of Maricopa County. And so I just want to, not often that I've said this year, Representative Kavanaugh has really bit into this and has taken this on the need for effective salaries for elected officials. So wanted to bring that up about 2700 and answer any questions you may have. We have not taken an official position, but are working to make sure that if the bill was going to move, that it would be prepared to move through the process. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll pause there.
Yeah, I probably should comment on that. At County Supervisors Association, as we typically would do, supervisors have to handle budget issues. It's a disaster if we were to take a position associated with salaries when we're negotiating broader county budgets. So County Supervisors Association has taken a neutral position. I will note, though, that discussion had occurred related to this, that there was a possibility because of some spots in Pima County and in Maricopa County that they were going to push this legislation and remove supervisors from it, but keep all other electeds in there. I did reach out to the speaker to note that if they do move forward with the salary bill, it should be associated with all officers on that. But Otherwise, we've taken a neutral position. Let ACO make those arguments, and we'll see what happens with these bills. Questions of the board? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next bill that did come up this morning, some conversations floating around, is actually a Senate concurrent resolution, 1024. We are monitoring this. It has been on our radar. Resolutions are rather tough, and I'll get to the point of this in a second, rather tough to lobby. The point of the resolution is it would place an amendment to the Arizona Constitution on the ballot in 2022 that would, for any increase in taxation that would cause more revenues to come into state or local government, including all of our special districts, the threshold for passage of a proposition of that nature would not be a majority, but be a 2/3 vote. And so I want to be very clear that the resolution, if it passes, doesn't actually make that change. It puts an item on the ballot in 2022 for the people to decide if they want to see that threshold increased. That obviously does raise some alarm bells for us in local government who do depend on propositions and local initiatives and such for raising revenue. It has passed through the Senate and is pending in the House. Todd is always welcome to join me, but I'll just be very blunt that these things are often they're in response to, of course, Prop 208, which raised revenues for education. That is really where this one comes from. It will be a determination on the majority party's perspective. Do they want to put this on the ballot? Does it help them in their electoral calculation for the 2022 election? And then will they take the vote to pass it? It obviously is coming out on party line. It's a very close vote when it comes up. So Todd, you are welcome to offer any other insights. I think we are at this point monitoring with a very close eye towards what we need to look at. Should it pass, I would just encourage the board and the management to think about potential propositions and what we may need to put on our own schedules and such, looking at that. So,
okay. I'll wait for Todd, but your diplomacy is wonderful, Eric. But this is not a good thing. Go ahead, Todd.
No, I first of all, Eric, it's nice to meet all of you all. For those who don't know me, my name's Todd Medexa. I actually live in Flagstaff, but 6 months of the year I spend a significant amount of time in Phoenix on your behalf. And so it's nice to meet you all. I can't wait for the pandemic to be completely over so that we can hopefully take some time to meet in person. Regarding that, Eric, I think you're exactly right. I don't think we beat this necessarily.
Okay, I need to stop you real quick. I missed. We just had a presentation on health. We were the Health District Board of Directors. We need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So
all right, motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. We're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Eric, I think you're right. I don't think you beat that resolution at the legislature. I think it's coming out on party line votes. Frankly, if a Republican decides to jump ship, it's going to be for their own calculated reasons and not for anything else. I think we can marshal significant votes to beat it at the ballot box. So. And so with that, I mean, I will if folks would like to discuss that, we can, or I can just continue on into what I know about the budget, which is woefully little.
Actually, I would suggest that we take a position in opposition even to the proposal to design a resolution to put forward with this. If you look at any measure where we have a ratcheting formula that keeps ratcheting down on us and limits what we have the capability of doing as our communities ask us to do things. We've been very good at reaching out to our community if we needed to modify and bring initiatives forward in education. Very seldom, if ever, does an initiative pass by 70% or above. On that, I think it's really bad legislation that's being proposed. I would suggest that we take a position of opposition against it. But I turn to our other board members and see if you would concur or not. I see Supervisor Horstman with a thumbs up. Others?
I absolutely agree. Thank you.
Okay. Others?
I agree as well.
Okay. All right. So there you go, unanimous. Let's take a position against that.
I will
please.
register that opposition with folks, and I can actually do that today.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd.
Certainly. You know, I think one other aspect that I would point out is that this is a majority leader in the Senate's bill. Usually those bills are held till the very end. They're to ensure that the other chambers bills get through the opposing, in this case, the House bills get through the Senate, at which point they would pass the Senate majority leader's bill unamended and allow that to go up to the governor. So that's sort of how we are proceeding with it. It will be a very late bill to be adopted. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, would you like to hear about the budget?
Yes, please.
So supervisors, I spoke to the Senate's Chief of Staff this morning, actually. And I think what I'd like to do first is to talk a little bit about the context in which lobbying occurs today in the Senate. The Senate's basically closed to the public. They have meetings, they have hearings, but if you don't have special permission to attend, you are not allowed in the building. When you do go in the building, you must wear a mask. After your meeting or after your appointment in the buildings, you are asked to leave directly. You're not asked to stick around. You can't stick around. And so I tried to explain it to Eric this way. In high school, you went to high school because it was fun to see your friends between classes. You didn't necessarily go to high school for the class. But if they took that part away from you, you wouldn't know anything. It would be very difficult to get any kind of information about your cliques, about friends, or about what was really happening, you know, in your school. Well, that's the same thing with the Senate. It's very hard to get information. It's a lot easier to embargo or to compartmentalize information. And frankly, what we're seeing regarding the budget is just that. Budget negotiations are going on. They are meeting with a very limited number of senators. Usually leadership team in the Senate is meeting, leadership team in the House is meeting, and they may talk to each other a little. What the Chief of Staff told me this morning was, frankly, they are not close. They're not close to any type of agreement, and they are moving forward slowly. I asked her if there was a possibility of a hiatus, and she didn't answer me. So we have heard rumors that a hiatus would occur where they would take 30 days off and they would adjourn without objection. What would happen is that the House and Senate, you know, leaders would go back to their communities and allow the state to sort of shake out the federal surplus that is, or the federal dollars that are coming through that they view as surplus and as additional monies. At which point they would come back after 30 days and to meet again and to try and resolve the state budget once the federal dollars have kind of shaken out and cleared. There has been an additional suggestion that perhaps what would be involved is some sort of payment that would involve tens of millions of dollars to each caucus, where they could fund, I don't want to call them pet projects, they could fund their party's priorities. And you know, that has kind of floated around, but I think that sort of leaves a little bad taste in folks' mouths, although they're willing to do it if it means that they won't have any objections to adjourning or to recessing for 30 days. But at this stage, it sort of is just, that's a rumor we've heard. I've not gotten confirmation of that at all. And so we're waiting to hear about that more so. I think I can stop there and honestly say, you know, we don't have any kind of real numbers. The surplus is probably $2 to $3 billion more than what we expected at this point. And that's because the economic environment has turned out to be much better than what was feared when the pandemic hit. And it's even better than what they expected at the end of the last budget cycle. Eric, with that, you know, I can stop there and see if there's questions from folks or if we can answer questions about bills. I'm happy to try and help that as well.
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chairman, Eric to Todd, can you comment on the status of the Transwestern Pipeline bill?
Sure, thank you. Absolutely. Give me 2 seconds and I can pull it up right here in front of me and make sure I get it.
And Mr. Chair, this is the bill, of course, that would provide relief to taxing jurisdictions that have, a property or boundary within the route of the Transwestern Pipeline. If you'll recall, it was a lawsuit filed regarding the valuation of it. And so if without state relief, the taxing jurisdictions, of course, would be the county, the community college, fire districts, and school districts. Of course, would be impacted by a settlement in hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so this is a very important bill. We certainly want to give credit to those at the legislature for providing support for a bill that we hope will get through the process and to the governor for a signature. But again, this is an important bill for Coconino County and all taxing entities. And credit to our treasurer, Sarah, for keeping track with this and championing this locally with their taxing entities. So thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, if I'll just tail on to what the county manager said, that issue is important across multiple districts across the state. It across northern Arizona, especially. My understanding is that bill is moving forward and has significant support and will probably reach the finish line, is my prediction.
And Mr. Chairman, just to give you the full status, it did come out of the Senate 29-1. House Appropriations has passed it. That's the kind of support that we want to see something having as it heads towards the budget conversations in the hopper for an appropriation to get across the line. So there's been no dissension other than that one vote in the Senate. So
thank you.
That and a unified approach with CSA as well as ACO. So yeah, absolutely. All right. Where are we, Eric?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add, obviously, there are lots of bills that we have talked about or you have all seen over the course of the time, like the Transwestern bill is a great example. Appropriations bills that move through the regular order and then they head to the budget process and such. So that'll be part of this conversation about how money gets spent going forward. So if there are issues that you are aware of about appropriations or concerns about state spending that you want to see in the budget, connect with Todd or I. I will also just bring up that other than an early small hiccup on flexibility language, which is very important for our county, which is part of the budget bill itself. It's in the blurbs. We have not had any indication that flexibility language is in danger. And I don't want to say that hiccup was in danger of being reapproved. We need annual reapproval of that language. But it appears to be on a smooth sail towards that. But of course, given the tone and tenor of the legislature towards some units of local government and some of our partners, we are paying close attention to those kinds of details to minimize any damage as we go along.
All right.
Mr. Ryan, I'm happy to take questions, and Todd as well, and then we'll let you have your day.
All right. Just a note, being on our toes associated with the budget, anything that happens in Phoenix will have waves that affect us in one way or another. So we're always keeping an eye out there. Questions or comments from the board? I'm looking at a note that just noted that Deputy Manager Andriani was also acknowledging that the bill associated with the affecting taxing and initiatives could impact the jail district, it could impact road maintenance districts and other districts out there. I have Vice Chair Fowler. Go ahead, Lena.
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank Todd and Eric for really staying on top of everything that's going on at the state. It's been an unusual year, even with the activities. Some of the bills that they're presenting this year is very different than from other years. And it's really important that you are all there. And doing, keeping an eye on everything and alerting us on certain bills and certain discussions that are going on over there. And it's difficult for you to find out things, but you're right on top of it. I just want to appreciate you and your staff, Eric, for being there for us and letting us know when we need to get involved. It's been a very interesting year with these bills and with also CSA, chair, you're on the LPC for us and the chair of the medium-sized caucus. Really appreciate that. And the whole team, I think this year we're more alert than ever before just because of the unusual bills that are being presented this year. So I just want to thank you for your updates. Thank you. Plus, I mean, you're not just presenting and telling us during a board meeting. It's almost daily that we're getting information from you. So I just want to let the public know that this is really important. These are bills that are going to impact our citizens. We go about our daily lives, but there's discussion about us every single day out there, and language that are being changed on these bills. When we have an input, it's always on behalf of our citizens in the county. And I just want to appreciate your work out there. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for being out there. Usually we're out there walking the halls and trying to meet with everybody, but we cannot do that this year. So thank you for all you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, it takes a team, a village here. Really appreciate it. It looks like I had Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, just very quickly, I just want to echo Supervisor Fowler's comments. Both Eric and Todd really appreciate your being the eyes and ears on what's going on down there in the state legislature. Sometimes it's even hard for us to look at, so we really appreciate that you're there and you're taking a look at it for us. And that Transwestern bill is extremely important for not only the community college, but our public school districts throughout the county and really here in Northern Arizona. And also keep an eye on those voter suppression bills. So we'd like to, keep up to date on what's going on there too. So thank you very much. Good to see both of you. I think your hair looks great, both of you.
Mine's a little grayer.
I love it. Looks like you're muted, Art.
No, I was just waiting to make sure. I have one small federal item when you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Okay, so on federal items, I just wanted to make everyone aware, the America Rescue Plan is still working through lots of waiting yet on the guidance that will need to come in. We'll keep you updated as we get things. The reality is we do not have any guidance from Treasury on those funds. There is on the infrastructure package, a very monumental change that has happened that I want you to be aware of. And that is the Senate parliamentarian has ruled that the Democrats can use reconciliation again to bypass the filibuster for those kinds of bills that are major funding issues like that. That will change the nature of the legislative progress of those bills. That doesn't mean the infrastructure bill is going to happen tomorrow. Still lots of conversations go across the majority party, but it does remove the essence of the filibuster for the vast majority of what would be in the infrastructure bill. So that has been a ruling by the parliamentarian recently since the report has come out that does provide some hope that there may be a next package on infrastructure coming our way.
Which obviously will be a critical one as we look at our infrastructure, roads, bridges, etc. Out there. Any comments or questions from the board on the federal? Not seeing any or hearing any. Is that it for you, Art?
That'll do it. Thank you. Oops, there's Supervisor Fowler. I don't know.
There she is. Okay. Go ahead, Lena.
No, just the same. I mean, this infrastructure bill, I'm really excited about it. I'm thinking how we can plan to make sure that we are somehow getting some of those dollars. I don't know how it's going to be structured, but the last go around when it came to infrastructure, it had that shovel ready, the word that was in there, which just most of the communities, many communities were not ready for that. So we just have to be extra alert on this one and really prepared to be sure that we do get, we do benefit from those dollars that may be coming through, and we'll see how it all pans out. So thank you.
All right. All right. So that brings us to the conclusion of item 20, which is our federal and state legislative pieces. We'll swing into item 21. This is a discussion and update for the county manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Well, as I approach the end of day 2, I don't have a lot to report on, although we've been, the staff and I have been in session with the budget. So we've begun meeting with all of our county departments and elected officials to begin the discussion and prepare the process, of course, which will come to the Board of Supervisors later this month, actually the first 2 weeks of May. A couple of things I do want to just to apprise the board on is that, one of the important pieces of the staff role is to prepare agendas and all of the backup materials for board meetings. And while the staff does have, and the chair, the vice chair do participate on occasion with the agenda planning or agenda review, if you refer to it as, what I'd like to do in my part of the board meeting from this point forward is to provide a copy. I'm not going to project it today because I think we're short on time, but I'd like us to go through the planning calendar. Provides all of the board and those, of course, in the audience to be able to look at the items that we have coming up on the board's agenda. Also provides the opportunity for board members to make comments on items that may, of course, be of interest, but oftentimes, and we certainly want to make sure that when we do put items on the agenda, that we're not crowding the agenda too much. And so there are a lot of issues that the Board of Supervisors is dealing with here at the county. And I want to make sure that sometimes we will pack the agenda, I think, too much. And so having feedback from board members to say what, in terms of how much we can put on a board meeting is going to be important. It's not that you all are not pros at meetings, but I think it's sometimes there are a lot of big meaty issues that we have to somewhat kind of level the load a little bit. Coming up, of course, on the 13th of April, the staff is going to be having a discussion with the board on developing a framework for the American Rescue Plan. As you know, Coconino County and many, many other jurisdictions throughout the nation are going to be receiving funding through the American Rescue Plan. And so creating a framework that the board can look at and refer to and utilize as we begin to receive those dollars and pass them through a county process out to various projects is going to be really important. So again, on the 13th, we'll be having a discussion with the board on creating that framework. We'll also be having a discussion with the board regarding the mitigation plan for the museum flood, of course, from last summer's flooding event that took place out in the county and into the city limits. We'll be having a discussion, an update from the staff to the board on the mitigation plan there. And then on the evening of the 13th, we have the community development case from Newman Park, the Windmill Project, a Windmill Case Project, or a community development project, if you will. That's in the evening, and so that's going to be an important discussion that the board will be having. And then on the 14th is another planning and zoning case from the Kitchener Highlands and the case out in Kitchener Village. And so again, the topic of broad community interest, neighborhood interest in that area. So that's going to be on the 14th. So again, I wanted to utilize the time with the board as part of my part of the agenda each time to kind of give an update on upcoming agenda items. And the next time we do include the planning calendar in your board packets, and we'll make sure that, of course, they're always there. And also your district directors, and of course, we'll be looking at those as well so that we can kind of roll it up together. So again, provides a lot, it provides, if you will, a balanced information to the board with regard to agenda items that we're working on that are going to ultimately come before you. So I think that would be the only update. I want to thank all of the individuals who have sent me kind notes and messages upon my return. here to Coconino County. It's good to be back. But Mr. Chair, that would conclude my report for this week.
All right, and I'm going to swing the chair's report in so I can dovetail on some of Steve's comments. Yeah, very important. Part of what was starting to happen is we would have agenda review, and board wouldn't even see these items. They're 2 months out. And it's very important that we have the opportunity to give input. Welcome that opportunity that you're providing, Steve. And as we start to lighten the load so we can slow the pace to a reasonable pace, it's always going to be challenging because we have a lot of issues. But as we do that, it provides an opportunity for us, just as Steve was starting to do. But we can continue to work on bringing that forward during roundtables so that we have a good idea of what's going on, and or all of us, we as a board can provide comment associated with that. So that would be really good. As noted by Steve, the American Rescue Plan, the ARP, Steve will be reaching out to each of us, and we have that coming forward pretty soon. So you have an opportunity to meet with Steve and talk about that. Steve's in the middle of budgeting process for the sake of the rest of the organization, everybody that's reaching out to Steve. He's filling his days for these almost first 2 weeks that he's also attending those meetings and catching up with departments. But, you know, as noted by Steve, we had a conversation earlier. He was noting that it's been a really good opportunity to step in and catch up with the departments. And it sounds like everything's settling really nice. So really appreciate that. Just as I continue with the chair's report, just a note, we will be taking a look at our community initiative process, just pausing, taking a look. Is it right? Do we need to make modifications? There may be a need that we pause associated with that. These are future meetings, but it's you'll hear more about that as that's moving forward. Other opportunities, each of us, I know Vice Chair Fowler was up in Page, Supervisor Horstman and I were at Fort Tuthill when Congressman O'Halloran came to advocate on behalf of vaccines, moving them forward to help us out for what's going on, as well as other broader issues. I did attend the Athena Awards on our behalf, although that was it was a different dynamic with the Zoom meeting. But really interesting to see just women leaders that we have within our communities, which is really nice. Hadn't had a chance. We've been going at such a brisk pace, but as chair, I'm going to try and rotate every week or two and just to check in and catch up with board members to understand what's going on in your department. If there are items of minutia that we need to catch up on, just giving you an opportunity to, office operations, anything like that, just a chance to catch up with that. So I am trying to get regular scheduled meetings if I can going on. We have CSA next week, County Supervisors Association meeting. I will be going down this time, trying to restore my, let me go visit my grandkids after CSA is over. But for the sake of board members that aren't attending, if you could pass your proxy over to me, those items that we discussed that we need to take a position at CSA, it helps me to have your proxy so I can give extra oomph to our position associated with that. Did get a chance to, I got invited into a secret meeting, but it was the women of NACO. They invited Liz Archuleta back to celebrate her as outstanding woman in leadership. So was able to bring some of Liz's accomplishments there. The just another piece, and Steve will catch up with you as he meets with you. But we, as all of you have been asking, and we've hoped to do, but we've been so busy, we're trying to schedule a board retreat just to give us a chance to just get to know each other. And you ran for office, you ran for reasons. Why did you run? And know a little bit about each other. And so that's always been a very successful opportunity that we try and do on an annual basis, but very important with this new board. We have a new board, new opportunities. Who are we as a board? So that's a chance with that. So I'll skip and wait until we go through the board reports. I'll step away from the chair's report. And now we're at roundtable. And I was looking, I'll go ahead and I'll go forward, I hear, by starting with District 5. And then I'll rotate down through the districts and have mine last. So Vice Chair Fowler, was I corrected by you earlier that we're moving forward, starting there?
We are moving forward. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair and County Manager and all the supervisors. Our update is we are preparing taxes. I just want to let everyone know that this year it's really important for people to get their taxes done, especially when we have the stimulus dollars. There are some people that were not able to get their stimulus checks because they were claimed by, if they're an adult and they're claimed by their parents or another adult, then they may have not received their stimulus check. In that case, they need to file their taxes on their own and they'll be able to, receive their stimulus checks. This goes for college students and others. Sometimes their parents will, claim them. Those are really important that people need to understand that. The other reason for getting your taxes done is because the child credit, you really need to make sure that to be able to claim the child credit that is coming through, you need to also do your taxes for that. There are many individuals that did not do their taxes the last year because IRS shut down. We had to shut down our services with the VITA program. And we had to, those individuals, a lot of them did not do their taxes, so they need to get their taxes in this year. If you want to get your recovery rebate for your stimulus checks, you got to make sure you get that done. We also have unemployment, 10,200 are not taxable, but you still have to get your taxes done to make sure that those are not taxable this year. So I just want to report out on that. We are continuing to do the taxes, and I think individuals that have questions need to, call my office or or Michelle with the community services. I want to thank our health department for working with us on that. We are going to do a tour of the, I want to thank Wes with our emergency management for working with us on this as well. We are going to tour the Antelope Canyons. We've been working on this for some time. The Navajo Nation Vice President and bringing his team out to the Antelope tours in Tlichi'i. As you all know, several years ago, there was a foreign tour guide that took his group in there, even though all the companies were closed. They went over the fence and they illegally entered and they were washed away. Well, all of them died except the tour guide. So we've been working to see how we might be able to do a rain gauge so it can detect the level of the water when it's raining up the canyon, and then be able to alert the canyon tour guides to know that there is there's going to be a potential flood. So we are still working on that with the USGS and the National Weather Service. There's a whole team that is working on that. So I just want to thank our own departments for working with us on that. As you all know, the Congressman O'Halloran, I'm so glad that he's in office. He is so active on all kinds of fronts. And he was here, at the city council and Page with Navajo Nation and Hopi. He announced the new Promise Act, as we worked on that very hard as a county to make sure that the NGS at the time, we were saying, and it is still true, NGS is the only federally owned power plant in the country. It was approved by Congress. And so therefore, Congress has a federal responsibility, just like all the other partners that were involved in that. So we draft the old Promise Act, and now we have a new one, and it actually has a better perspective throughout the whole the country, and it also creates a council in the White House. I think it really it is a smart way of writing it, where you really do look at all power plants and coal companies, and they cannot just shut down all of a sudden like NGS was shut down and Peabody. So there are many parts to that bill. I just want to thank Congressman Tom O'Halloran for that. He was in Tuba City, and we also worked, and I'm asking the federal government to look at their buildings. If you are on Navajo Nation or in basically any tribal lands, there are federal buildings that are abandoned, properties that are not maintained by the federal government. And so these are properties of the federal government that the local communities nor the tribes can touch them because they're really basically off limits. So I'm asking the congressmen and others to really look at that and make sure that the Bureau of Indian Affairs make sure that they do address these abandoned buildings and to either evaluate them, see which ones need to be demolished, which ones can be restored. As you all know, we worked on the abandoned buildings or historic buildings for over 15 years. We're only able to save one, which is the Coconino County Library in Tuba City right now. So there's a lot of potentials. These are neoclassic buildings, the only ones of its kind in the Southwest. So trying to see how we might be able to either save them or else just really clean up the community for economic development purposes and for public health. So that would be my report for now, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for this opportunity.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Next up, we have Supervisor Begay, District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone, my colleagues and the staff that are still with us from this morning. Basically, working with all the chapters that are in our area. We met with Monkopi. Well, actually, we had the Upper Monkopi, Lower Monkopis. We're going to be meeting with them on April 13th, as one of the, for introductory and also to ensure that the PowerPoint presentation that we put together from our office is shared with them, basically just telling them that we're there to help them and that these are the type of services that are being provided from the county, and then also just basically trying to see how our office can could maybe provide some kind of technical assistance or any kind of assistance that we can provide them. So, the lower village, they are not having any kind of meetings at this time because of COVID. They have their areas closed off. So, and then also for Tonalea chapter, we had attended our planning meeting on February 23rd, and then we presented some information plus our presentation on February 26th. The community's concern and issues were mainly road improvement and better roads in the area. And they're very thankful for N21 that has come forward. Coal Mine chapter is also in our district. We attended their planning meeting on March 8th, and then also presented at their chapter meeting on March 2nd and then March 8th. So in that area, they're having a lot of issues with a chapter administration building and also the a chapter house where community can get together and have meetings and any kind of activities that are out there for the community. So they are getting 2 trailers, one that's being donated, another new trailer. The new trailer is going to be used for the chapter. And so they were asking how the county would be able to assist their community and possibility of infrastructure as far as just hooking up the the water lines and the sewer lines are already on site. And but they are working currently on getting the modular units delivered from Window Rock area. So that's with Coal Mine Mesa. And then also they're talking about the road that's coming from Talani Lake to Coal Mine Mesa, which is in 6720, and also the road at 6730, which is from an extension off of 6720 going to Cameron that comes right out at Cameron, Arizona. So the roads, we find out that there's like 21 miles of road that goes into the area of the Hopi Reservation. So, and there's got to be some kind of agreement or some kind of talk regarding how we're going to better serve overall the 2 tribes that are using that area. I'm thinking that the real reason they should try to work together and maybe make the end out listing is basically that there's kids going to school from the area, and then also there's the IHS facilities or the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Facility is, not is far, and the roads are very washboardy. And I'm really thankful that Lucinda and her crew are maintaining that road. But I think, and we did make a site visit in the area. We did a road trip up that area. At the time, we had the blader out there, and so I'm really glad that part of the road is actually being taken care of by the county, and I believe those are the funds that are from the 403 funds. So there are some little things that we want to work on as far as possibly asking the chapter to help them, somehow get the certain things, in order for this project, maybe to do something with it. So, but I think it's very important, like I said, because the school kids have to travel that, and then also the for emergency services. And then we have Bird Springs chapter, which there's a planning meeting on April 8th, and then a regular chapter meeting on the 22nd that they gave us. New chapter, we also went to their chapter meeting on March 9th and presented there on March 23rd. There are a lot of issues that Loop has right now. They have like broken water wells, and they also that serves the communities, and so you have to haul water from Star School, which is close by this outside the reservation from coming in from Flagstaff to going to Loop from Flagstaff. So first bridge chapter, the water was also damaged and also needs repairs. There's a meeting that took place with the Navajo Nation Water Resource and Transwestern Water Station that we were in attendance also. So they're trying to figure out who's going to take the responsibility of the ownership with some kind of repairs first. Cameron chapter planning meeting April 11th, and then we also have a chapter meeting slated for the 25th. And we also have we will be going down to Blue Ridge, Forest Lake, Mormon Lake, and we are sending them information right now, and we're waiting for them to respond to see where we can meet with them or Zoom with them, and as far as introducing ourselves also. Donny Park Timberline for area plan. Several meetings were attended, and so Naomi Yazzie Sloan has been attending some of these meetings, but and only to help make sure that we try to attend every meeting that is scheduled for us. So that's what we're basically doing. We've been having that's on the community side of it. Under the regular county departments, we've had initial meetings with Lucinda and her crew regarding the public roads, and I named the roads that we kind of discussed. But I think overall, all these things that we're talking about, I think our office in some way just asking, enhancing the partnerships, and also the projects that will be forthcoming, and maybe work with MOUs, IGAs, things like that to help serve the communities that we serve. And I really stand on the our mission and vision statement, where we're saying that all county residents will be assisted. So we're just kind of looking at certain things and where the needs might be. We like to be either providing technical assistance in areas, even contacts, so that we would be able to help the communities. Lake Mary Road also connects southwestern area to Blue Ridge and connects to Highway 87 that goes to Payson. And all these roads, is something that we're looking at. I know some of them are cracking, and there's, you can feel when you're driving over that, you can see feel the cracks in the roads, and so those have to be filled in some way and using certain type of materials. So I think, even with that, just fixing that would be something that the community will be very thankful for. There are also community development. Again, we had the Happy Jack discussions, expansion where the concerns are the expansion and the planning and zoning changes that are being made. Yabo Trust discussion, all these agreements that might have to take place, and how do we maintain open spaces and things like that. So those are things that we're kind of just listening to people. And then Two Guns, of course, we have an upcoming site tour on April 22nd. They're going to be telling us where the location is and what Camping Resort is, and then also how I think what we've been saying is that make sure that the people in the communities are all included in this initiative, and work with the council delegates and work with people that in the area that live there, people that are ranchers. All these have to take place. So we had that neighborhood, Flagstaff neighborhood, also attended City County Public Library meeting, or attended Transwestern Water Station meeting on February 9th. Coconino Workforce Development meeting, we attended. Disaster Program Red Cross meeting, redistricting meeting, Forest Service meetings, road discussion meetings, and Community Economic Workforce Development meetings. Deputy County Attorney meeting with Rose Winkler, and as of this morning, met with the county manager, pretty much to introduce ourselves and get to know one another, some of the issues that we're faced, district wide, and I'm pretty sure it affects everybody else in the 5 districts. And then how can the departments provide TAs, overall, since we're all in this together. And what I told Mr. Peru this morning is that, yes, the Navajo Nation gets funded, from various places through the feds and whatever, but when it comes down to Western Navajo Agency, I said we hardly get any money there. And we don't see anything coming down. At the chapter levels, yeah, but again, we're over 320 some thousand plus tribal members, and then just getting a drop in the bucket, that's something. But I would like to really ask, all the departments and also the county to really consider everyone that's in the whole county equally, and also making sure that we're getting information or getting each other's help as far as getting things done within our districts. A lot of our issues are similar and some of them are not. For Flagstaff area, we have flood and fire issues. We don't have that on the reservation. Things like that. We have drought, we have other type of issues that we are faced with. So it's been very busy for the last 3 months. I've been in the office for 3 months, and I guess attending meetings is something that is something that I do most of the time, and a lot of reading. So, and I'm getting a lot of help from my from the people that we work with here in our office, and I'm very thankful to the county staff that they come forward, and if I have a question, they're always there. But I just want to say thank you to all of them, and then of course my colleagues, thank you. And we're learning a lot from one another, and it's going to continue, and we just have to hang together and be respectful, and also help one another, because it is a big county. Coconino County is very big, and so there's only a few of us that are actually on this, as far as making the final decisions. But I just want to say thank you if you hadn't struggled, and I'm glad to be part of this. And earlier we were asking, what are we, what are our, why did we run, and all this and that. I think we're all pretty much, we have the experience, we have the education behind us, and we work with people and a lot, and a lot of places, you don't get paid, to work and help the family. So a lot of us, we just forego those things, and this is where it got us. So again, Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Dejanina, and then Patrice, and then also Geronimo, thank you, Mr. Peru, and Eric, everybody. I just want to say thank you very much. I'm glad to be a part of this team.
Certainly do have busyness going on, don't we? My gosh. So next up, Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo, District 2.
Hi. Well, thank you. First off, I'd like to say both ladies, it's a hard act to follow. You guys got a lot of stuff going on. So I guess the first thing I'd like to headline with was that I had the opportunity to moderate the panel discussion on celebrating women, and that was a lot of fun, my first time doing it. But I enjoyed hearing the stories and helping celebrate the contributions of women, especially in Coconino County. So that was a lot of fun. And thank you everyone who participated in that. Again, been working on the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan. I had my orientation for NACOG with Chris Fetzer. I had my first NACEP meeting and a couple Metro Plan meetings, and have also had my first Water Commission meeting. So those have been interesting, a lot of things to absorb and digest. I also had the opportunity to take a tour with Jay Smith and Chris Tressler of the museum fire and see the scar and see some of the flood mitigation efforts. So that was real nice to be able to actually see it in person rather just on a screen. I've also had meetings with Public Works, the fiduciary, and with the food codes, and a couple different economic development projects that are potential out there. And then I had the opportunity to attend some of the NACO workshops and also some of the CSA meetings. And again, I'm just learning and absorbing and really grateful and blessed to be in this position right now to be able to contribute and help further the mission of Coconino County and best serve our community. I'm really looking forward to getting out into the community. It hasn't been possible so much yet, but will be soon. My first venture will be with CHOC, the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, tomorrow. That'll be my first meeting to be able to go with some of the advisory meetings. So I'm excited about that, especially considering I was a member about 10 years ago. So interesting there. And then other than that, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody and all those staff that have been working and onboarding me. I really appreciate it. And supervisors, thank you for all your support. And it's been a good process so far. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice, District 1. I'm sure you've just been sitting around eating bonbons, right?
I know I forgot to pick up something at the store.
That's right.
Yes, well, thank you all. And it's great to see my colleagues working so hard on behalf of our community, and also so appreciative of every single one of you and reaching out and all of us working together to help our respective districts and also, certainly all of Coconino County. So I want to just jump into what both Supervisor Begay and Vasquez has indicated, and I certainly share your great thanks to the staff and also to my colleagues here on the Board of Supervisors. It has been busy, as you can tell, and like some of you, I also attended the Athena Awards and was very impressed by our unbelievable women in business here in our community, and a special special congratulations to Dr. Ann Newland, who won the Athena Award, and Megan Roach, who won the Young Emerging Businesswoman Award. Both of them, Dr. Newland's from North Country Healthcare, and Megan Roach is from Northern Arizona Healthcare Foundation. So healthcare and working and caring for our community in healthcare needs certainly was paramount on everybody's mind this year. Like Chair Ryan indicated, I accompanied Chair Ryan to welcome Representative O'Halloran to our Fort Tuthill site. Special thanks to Kim Musselman, our incident commander, and Wes Dyson, our emergency management director. They really set this whole thing up and did a great job. I tell you that Fort Tuthill site, and everybody says that you talk to in the county, it's well run. So thank you, staff. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you, GUARD, and thank you, FEMA. And just Coconino County can be proud of the job that is being done here to take care of our community. And of course, the number one is vaccinations, vaccines. We want them, we want them. It's one of the main statements that we have provided to Representative O'Halloran, both Chair Ryan and myself. But it's also important that we've gone from scarcity now to a certain amount of abundance where, believe it or not, we have more doses that are available than we have reservations. And we need to change that because we still have a lot of people to vaccinate. And we need to remember that what comes here, the doses that will come to Coconino County are dependent on what we can get out. So I really look forward to working with you all board members and also with Kim Musselman and others for outreach in our community. I've talked to Geronimo Vasquez about getting some social media information out there and using the Spanish language, as well as getting out to various pockets here within Coconino County. Also talked with Kim Musselman about incentives from businesses, both for the employees, as well as possible incentives to provide to members in our community to encourage them to get out and get the shot. It is important that we get this done. I also was able to be a part of the White House Rural Affairs Drug Control Policy meeting that they had with rural Western officials, judges, law enforcement, and commissioners and supervisors, really from the Western states, to talk about the challenges facing rural America on the area of addiction and drug policy. And you know what you heard all across West in rural America was we need money for residential treatment. Homelessness and addiction should not be criminalized. That means we need more shelters, we need more mental health money and counseling, and we need to provide economic development for individuals so that these individuals can have a job and can look forward to being a viable part of the community. We also left a very strong message to the White House that we need funding that comes not through the state, but funding that comes directly to the counties. And I have been working with Kim Musselman and meeting with some of our businesses here in District 1 on their reopening as summer is approaching, and they're looking to reopen and have some outreach and more business within their specific businesses, and we're encouraging them, and Kim Musselman did a great job of making sure CDC guidelines continue to be followed as we look at reopening some of these businesses. We had a great conversation with the folks at Arizona Snow Bowl and their very strong partnership and commitment to maintaining CDC guidelines. I do sit with Supervisor Vasquez on Metro Plan. I'm the vice chair of Metro Plan, and we are going into strategic planning. So it'll be a great opportunity for Supervisor Vasquez and myself to really get involved in the transportation issues facing Coconino County. And Chair Ryan talked about going to the CSA meeting. Please go to the CSA meeting. I need your vote. I am running as an alternate to replace Liz Archuleta. Not that anybody can replace former Supervisor Archuleta, but I am running for her position as an alternate for the WIC and to join Richard Lund, who has been the longtime representative on the WIC. So please show up and please vote or make sure that Chair Ryan has your proxy. And last but not least, we have gotten another newsletter out where we again are encouraging our district to, as well as the whole county, we're still in this COVID situation. Yes, we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. We're really concentrating on shots in arms, but it's not over. It's not over. We need to make sure we mask up, that we maintain CDC protocols. We saw from Kim Musselman going up a little bit in our numbers. We don't want to see that. So let's stay the course and we can get through this. Also, just reminding our residents in our county that we have drought conditions. We are entering our fire danger season. Stay vigilant. And of course, both Supervisor Vasquez and myself have been meeting and will be meeting more with community members, especially that are affected with potential flooding in that museum fire flooding area. So last but not least, I want to welcome our new county manager. It was wonderful to have you here as for your very first Board of Supervisors meeting. And it's great to see your face here on our Zoom screen, and look forward to your leadership here for the county and also your assistance in helping the board. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very, very strongly with your suggestions on the planning calendar. I know I'm speaking for myself, and I'm sure it's shared by other board members, that planning calendar is very helpful. It helps me organize my month, actually organize a couple months, and make sure that I have the background and the information I need to make good and knowing decisions here for the board and on the Board of Supervisors. So thank you for doing that. I also agree it's very important during these agenda planning sessions, that we make sure we have enough time. I know there's so much going on, as you can tell just from listening to the Board of Supervisors. There's so much going on, but it is important that we have the time necessary to discuss the important issues as a board, as well as to ask the questions and get the information we need from the staff. So with that, Chair Ryan, I am complete on my roundtable report. And again, thank you, team. We are a great team, county, and let's go forward. We're Coconino strong. We're going to get this vaccination done for our community. And thank you all for all of your help and support.
All right. And then just a couple follow-ups real quick. Supervisor Fowler forgot to mention that she was, she says we are preparing tax returns in Fredonia as well. So she forgot to list that. Just in a couple things on the chair's report side, reminder that we're going to have land hearings coming up here. The one on the 14th, the one of Kachina Highlands, I believe they have enough property owners within 300 feet that they it requires a super majority decision to approve that. So we need all board members present throughout the, particularly during the vote for that particular meeting. But we definitely have the land hearings coming up, as noted by Steve. The other piece of it, I know it's, you know, we're all trying to function remotely, and we're trying to meet and catch everybody up. We each have, we have different meetings that are occurring, but we have different board members that are designated for those meetings. So if you're hopping into a meeting, please check in with the board members that are the ones that are attending those meetings. If you would like to attend, we need to exchange board members out so that we don't create a quorum. Example would be Cities and Towns. Vice Chair and I sit on that particular one. If you want to attend, coordinate with us and we'll try and make sure that you have that opportunity. But this helps us so that we don't have a conflict that's occurring associated with it. I think everybody's been really wonderful when we see that there is a quorum, that we address it so that we don't have a board present. But yeah, we're a public, you're owned by the public nowadays. So you are a public official, and with that, that's an important piece. I know everybody's conscientious about it. It's just a reminder for everybody related to that. The other piece, Patrice, my gosh, I forgot, you are WIR for CSA. So definitely.
Aren't you my campaign manager for that?
I know. Yeah, I got it. You'll see that in return to me. Oh, I got it. Let's see. So District 3, just rapidly going through. I know we're getting towards the end, so I have a list that I can go through quickly. And with all of us, no matter what, coming on board, I'll stay with the chair's message for a moment. We can't be all things for everybody. If you're trying to be, you're going to wear yourself out. Talk to each other just in terms of how do you handle things. The other is managing expectations. We are county officials. As much as we want to influence everything in everybody else's jurisdiction, we're actually a subdivision of the state with specific duties associated with it, and it's hard. You know, we have federal issues that happen. We want to influence them. We have local jurisdictions, municipalities, but it's a tough one. That as you're going through these issues, it's a hard one, but we do need to manage expectations. And part of that goes to Supervisor Horstman's comments associated with the vaccines. We're only at, you saw the numbers, 30 to 40%. We really need to get up above 60. everybody would be wonderful. Getting up to 80 would be really good. Just a matter of going back and looking at science and looking at virology and behavior of microorganisms, and they mutate at a rapid pace. Other pieces, RTAC, I'm sharing that. I have a meeting coming up. For those of you that sit on transportation committees, you'll hear that they're trying to develop a method of when you can bring forward how to approach prioritization within your organization, whether it's Metro Plan or it's NACOG on transportation. These are pieces to be aware of. TPAC, I have that, chair of that, and we'll be talking about that next week. Just a note, within the district, the Bear Jaw Cruise in Munns Park, Kachina and Mountain Air are out gathering bags for the community members. If anybody checks in and listens to this, make sure you get your bags from your fire district and pull those needles off of your property. Fire threat is going to be heavy this year. So that's a big effort that I launch into at this time with my communities. Greg and I put a newsletter out. We update people on a lot of things, partnerships that are going on, activities that affect their community, but most importantly, preparing for the fire danger and reducing that, making fire-wise properties that are happening out there. Along that line, Willard Springs solid waste site, which currently we're not doing solid waste. We didn't since COVID came in. We will be doing a review associated with it that we will bring back to the community. It has not performed well. Our focus now is more associated with fire danger and green waste. The green waste site opened April 2nd, and it is open on weekends, not only for the communities down there, but for county residents, people that want to bring in green waste. Bill Williams visioning session, Jay Smith has been very active with that. This is coordinating with the Forest Service, local communities, and what we're doing. Part of it is Bill Williams Mountain, how to approach it, how to prioritize. That's coordinate to a certain degree with our flood control district, but it's coordinating with other partners. We're working with City of Williams to try and figure out other tools to be used. And then as a spinoff with the Parks community as an education effort as it relates to fire reduction out there. So southern communities, western communities, that's what's going on. Mentioned the land cases. Let's see. You will have gotten notice by Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Daly, that we have a fire district, or a group that wants to create a fire district with High Country Fire and Rescue. They just set a date, I believe it's today, that initiates a clock associated with timing for them to put out petitions, educate the group. So we as a board will see that in the future as it relates to that recommendation. Just a heads up on that. Chris Pastertz has been working with the JLOOS process as part of the implementation strategy on putting in for a Department of Agriculture Rural Development group to analyze the railroad spur in Camp Navajo. I'm hoping to move some of the community initiative money forward to help that out. So we'll see how that process goes. We have plenty of time for that. Community cleanups I mentioned, Public Works, Williams. I don't need to give the dates associated with that. There's a lot more going on in District 3. And yes, I am the center, District 3 in the center amongst all of you, the keystone of districts, the best of the best. But I'm sure you guys will tell me how much better your districts are. Most importantly, there he is, Steve Peru. Welcome on board. That was a thumbs down for my district, I believe, that Patrice was given there. All right, I enjoyed it. It's a pleasure working with everybody. Steve, any last comments from our county manager?
Mr. Chairman, no, that wraps up the agenda for the day. I want to thank the staff for all of the work that they've done in preparing all of the agenda items and the packets, making all the contacts for staff to present. But again, thank you to the staff for making all of the work of this look so well. So thank you.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much. It takes a lot of people to put this together while we represent a lot of people out there. Very conscientious group. Everybody's hearts are there. Really appreciate it. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and look forward to our future meetings. All right. Wonderful day. So long.